Hello, and thank you for checking out my Star Wars Outlaws Scoundrel difficulty, no damage run. For a full breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. Otherwise, sit back, relax, and enjoy the run. So unlike most games, Outlaws doesn't allow you to pick your difficulty every time you start a new game. So I wanted to be sure to show you, the viewer, the difficulty here, so that you can see it is on hard, which is the difficulty associated to Scoundrel. I do want to point out, though, that I have made a few tweaks, specifically around the slicing and hacking minigames. Because they're so frequent throughout the game and throughout the run, I've decided to turn those off. So every time that I slice a door or a lockbox, or I hack into a terminal, you're not going to see those minigames because they're going to auto-complete. And that's just to reduce the time in the run and also the monotony of having to do those over and over and over again, because they are very frequent in the game.
When I win, I'm gonna buy a place by the track.
You're leaving a
So coming out of the cutscene, the first objective that I have is to collect 100 credits so that I can go to a vendor and get my broken data spike repaired. Essentially what this boils down to is I'm going to pickpocket a few of the Canto police and pick up a few things so that I can guarantee that I hit that 100 credit mark. There is a bit of randomness though in the amount of credits I'll actually receive on any given run. And because of that, I like to pick up one extra item to guarantee I get the 100 credits. Now this issue of randomness is much more widespread than just this mission. In fact, the entire game follows this philosophy, where 99% of the items that I pick up or obtain will not be the same from one playthrough to the next. In fact, this randomness propagates save states as well. So I can pick up an item and have it be one thing, and then if I was to reload a checkpoint, I could pick up that same item and it be something completely different. Because of this, and the need to upgrade my ship for the final battle of the game, I'll be picking up everything I can for upgrades and credits in the final moments of the run. Anyways, as you can see there, I had picked up the depleted power cell. That was the item I alluded to earlier that I like to pick up just in case I get a little unlucky with the RNG and I don't have enough credits. I can just go sell that to the vendor and guarantee I get 100.
They're our ticket out of here next, and then before you know it, we're rich.
You wouldn't believe the junk they just throw away. I found two perfectly good.
See what they've got.
You know that thing's
Oh, looks like we can fit through there. Okay, no going back now. Hang on, Nix. We're going up. Do your thing, Nix. Just like I taught you. Here we are.
Delphus is at the casino tonight. She's got a father to raise.
Act casual. We come here all the time. We're close. The identicard is in the boss's office.
So as soon as I get out of this camera lock, I'm going to turn to the right and head down this path. Now what I'm looking for as I move down into this corridor is one of the guards. He's going to have the key on him that I need to move into the locked room.
Keycard for the storage room.
So once I have that, now I can head back and move into the final section where the objective is at.
Okay, let's pick that lock, grab the identicard, and disappear. Look at
All right, so for the first combat encounter of the run, at this point I'm going to go ahead and start spamming fire so I can break out of the tutorial. I'm going to send Nix to the guy on the left, I'm going to stun shot the guy on the right. Then I'm going to shoot the guy that Nix is on, stay behind cover, send Nix to the last enemy, and then I'm going to run up and melee it.
Okay, we gotta get out of here. It wasn't supposed to go down this way. What have I done?
Not much to speak to on this. This is just part of the tutorial, so I'm just going to follow what it wants me to do. However, on this next section, the game wants you to stun shot. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and do a melee takedown, which will force the enemy in the back there to come and investigate. I'm going to stun shot that one, send Nix on the final one, and then I'll go do a melee takedown. Now, there is one enemy left in this area, but I'm just going to run by them, so I'm not going to have to deal with it. I do want to take a few seconds to speak on the shooting in this game and some of the rules that I have to adhere to give myself the best possible chance of success. Because of the way the game is coded, and for whatever reason, I don't know why the developers did not implement this because it's a very basic mechanic, but you cannot manually shoulder swap your aim, meaning that you're always going to be locked with your blaster off of Kay's right shoulder, and that's where the camera is going to stay. Now you can press up into cover to swap that aim, but you can't do it just like out in the open. So this creates a challenge for the run where a lot of the strategies that I'm going to have to implement are going to either require me to be off of Kay's right shoulder, or I'm going to have to find some type of cover or object that's going to allow me to shift her aim over to the other shoulder using that cover or that object. Now, on top of that, anytime you're behind cover and you go to shoot at somebody, Kay will kind of pop up over the cover. That exposes your head hitbox and kind of like your neck and chest, upper chest hitbox, and does give enemies the opportunity to shoot at you. So what you're going to see in a lot of combat situations is I'm going to shoot at enemies and then move down away from where I took the shot. What happens in this game is that enemies are coded to remember your last known location. So if I shoot off of an object and then I move over to the left on that same object, the enemies are going to engage that original position, which means that then I can pop up on that left side, for example, and take a shot, and they won't be shooting there, so my likelihood of being shot and taking damage goes way, way, way down, almost to 0%.
I guess I'm not the only one who needs to.
So in a lot of these firefights, you're going to see me moving from cover, or moving around the cover from like left, right, left, right, left, right, back and forth as I take these shots. So I just wanted to take the time while I'm running around right now to go ahead and explain that, because it's going to happen very frequently. And later on, I'm probably not going to have enough time to explain all that. Aside from that, when you've got your blaster, like just your default blaster, you do enter this weird state where sometimes the game will shoot over cover and keep Kay's head up instead of just using her arm. So this is similar to like firing from the hip. When you're behind cover and you fire from the hip, her gun will just go over the top and shoot. But on rare occasions, she'll actually poke her head up and do that. So because of that reason, because there is an opportunity there for me to just get bad luck and Kay to pop her head up, I can't use that technique. So you're not going to see me firing from the hip at all during this game, or during this run. Simply because the game forces you into this random state that you can't control as the player. And then the last thing to discuss is using weapons that you pick up in the environment. So like a stormtrooper's blaster, for example. Every weapon that you pick up in this game that allows you to crouch, when you go to fire it, you are forced to stand up.
I'm looking at the
That means I'm going to have to follow the same type of procedure when I'm shooting those weapons as with my normal blaster. So shoot in one location, you know, relocate to another spot, shoot from there, or simply find a place where I can cover down and shoot around, like a corner, for example. But otherwise, I will not be shooting those weapons as well from the hip, because you enter the same state, and in fact, it's worse because you fully stand up. So hopefully that long-winded explanation will be a good TLDR guide for basically the approach to blaster combat that I take in the game.
I don't know. Well, we wanted a shot at the Biggs course. This is it. Okay, Denyon, I'm in position.
So as I come out of this cutscene, I'm going to just be mashing the button to have Nyx kind of reveal enemies in the area as part of the tutorial. And then as I move down, I want to be looking at the enemy on the bridge, and as soon as he turns away from me, I'm going to go ahead and move forward into the tall grass. Now, for the most part, there's not a whole lot of strategy here. It's basically just take out the enemies any way that I can to get to the door. But there is some consideration in that I do want to get fast talk at some point in the run, and the earlier that I can get it, the better. And that fast talk requires me to distract and take down 3 enemies, and then to also melee defeat 5 enemies. It is possible to do all of that right now before I leave this courtyard, but it's not necessarily required. Fast talk is more of like a convenience in the run, more so than a strategy.
Time to distract them, Nyx.
You ever seen something like this? Get away!
See something?
Huh?
As I move to take out this final enemy, there is a chance that I could get spotted here and get pulled into combat. However, once I run into this door, the door shuts, and then those enemies aren't able to get to me, so it's not a big deal.
Okay, energy barrier. Has to be getting power from somewhere. Next, find me that generator. That should do it.
So for the section coming up, the way that I do it, I think is the opposite of the way the developers intend for you to do it. I think they intend for you to take the vent and kind of go through the way they laid out the level. But you don't actually have to do that. You can bypass all of that and basically go backwards. So that's what I'm going to do. There are going to be 2 enemies here. I need to send Nyx on the one on the right first. For whatever reason, if you send Nyx onto the one on the left, he'll bug out on the stairs. So do what I do here, and you should be successful every single time. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go up and roll through this camera, and I'm going to do it kind of up against the door. That'll keep it from seeing me. And then I can send Nyx to deactivate this one. And now I'll be able to run up and engage on these enemies. So I want to send Nyx on the one furthest away, which as he attacks will turn the one closest to me towards that one. Unfortunately here I kind of mistimed it a bit and I went a little too early and that guy ended up seeing me, but I was able to get through it, so that's all that matters.
Okay, that should have shut the barrier down.
So as I leave and head towards the objective, I'm just going to jump over the railing here. This is just so I don't have to deal with the camera again and potentially get seen by that.
Vault's waiting.
As I enter the elevator, I want to shove myself into the right corner here. Because as soon as this elevator door opens, there's going to be an enemy out in front. And what you'll see here is shortly after that enemy starts to move forward to investigate, I'll get the prompt to have Nyx go and attack them. And so that's all I'm going to be looking for here is for that prompt. As soon as I see that prompt, I'll send Nyx out, and then I can go and do a takedown on them. So right there.
There it is. The vault.
So at the end of this hallway, as soon as I open the door, I'm going to have one enemy left.
We got blaster fire and
I like to crouch and then move forward. You could just sprint to that guy. It doesn't really matter. Basically just run to him in melee is kind of the strategy there.
Okay, Danian. I disabled the security. You got a clear path.
Get to the vault. We'll clean up out here and meet you inside.
I guess this is where let's get it open. Huh? Eyes open, Kay. Here we go.
All right, so as soon as I come out of this cutscene, the game's going to kind of control Kay, and I've got to kind of fight to wrestle her away from that control. But once I have control of Kay, I want to move behind this object, and one of two things is going to happen. Either the enemy out there is immediately going to move into the room, or they're going to do what they're doing right now, and they're going to take their sweet time. Either way, I'm just looking for the prompt to have Nyx go and attack. Once Nyx does that, I want to move out and attack this one. Unfortunately, you're on a timer here, because after a predetermined set of time, this enemy will run out. So that first enemy needs to be done quickly. After I take out the second one, I'm going to go stun shot. I'm going to stun shot once, roll forward to make sure I'm behind cover. Send Nyx to attack just to ensure I can't be shot. And then I can take this guy out.
We have an intruder inside the mansion.
There's gotta be a way out. Don't make a sound, Nyx.
I want a death mark on her now. I promise a fortune for whoever can bring me her head. There'll be nowhere in the galaxy she can hide.
Please don't be afraid. Ugh, that's 2 jobs gone sideways, Nyx. This is way beyond bad luck.
So for this final section, as soon as I come out of this cutscene, what you're going to see is I'm going to do a dodge roll kind of to the right and then down. What I want to do is I want to position myself and wait for the 2 closest enemies to me to get in position near these red explosive barrels, as well as the enemy that's off to my 2 o'clock. As soon as I see that, I'll detonate the one closest to me, detonate that one in the back. That takes care of 3 of the 5 enemies here. And then I'm going to do what I explained earlier, which is shoot and then move. Shoot and then move. Unfortunately, I keep getting hung up on the ledge here. That's something that I also explained earlier, which is why I can't hip fire, is because it'll pull Kay's head up like that. But again, that was a demonstration of the technique I mentioned earlier, which gives me the best possible chance of not getting hit. So as I get to about this position, enemies are going to come out the door to the left. There's nothing I can do. Basically just run to the ship as quickly as possible is the go-to strat for that.
Ha! Got it. Barrier's down. Here we go. Whoa! Okay, a little close. Almost there.
So coming out of the cutscene here, I'm going to have a tutorial on Adrenaline. This is basically the Red Dead Redemption type mechanic. So I'm just going to go ahead and mark these guys and then take them all out, and that completes that. So something to note with Adrenaline is that when you're using it, you can't actually take damage. You will see like your character get shot, like you'll see Kay get hit with blaster fire. But while you're in that adrenaline mode, you actually cannot take damage. You're invincible. And that is something that I'll use a couple of times in the run to exploit a little bit of an advantage during some fights. So something I haven't spoke to yet is damage taken to your speeder or to your ship.
Okay.
The TLDR is that it's not going to count because there's really no mechanic given to you as the player to help you avoid or mitigate damage. You do have a dodge on your speeder, but it's completely useless. Several times in this run, we're going to get enemies shooting at us, and there's really nothing you can do about it, same as with space combat. So damage taken on the speeder or on your ship will not count against this run. So I just picked up some grenades. I stopped specifically to pick up grenades and then, you know, hope to get good RNG out of that box to get something I can sell later. Grenades are very useful in this game, not necessarily for doing damage, but they're very useful for distracting enemies. And this will see, you'll see this put to great effect later on in the run, and definitely at the very end of the game, where I throw grenades to confuse the enemy or make them kind of look away and drop their guard so that I can have an opening to do what I need to do. A really, really good example are the stormtroopers that carry around the heavy like Gatling gun type blasters with the shields on them. If you throw a grenade at them, they'll simply drop their shield and look at the grenade, which gives you an opening. So you'll see me exploit that quite heavily in the game. And what you just saw there was actually a bug. Totally forgot that it happened. I went to use Adrenaline, and right when I was about to use it, my character took an impact on the speeder, which cancels the Adrenaline for whatever reason.
Custom job. Checked the logs and even found a name. The Trailblazer.
The Trailblazer? So
this ship is special. You don't get it. Just give me some new fuel injectors. With those, at least we'll be able to fly.
all right. Figure it out.
Show me your stock.
Let me see some identification.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Construction costs soar in the mid-rim following recent developments.
Glad I got that fake identity card.
Yes. Here are my scan docs. Is everything okay?
Look at me like that again, and I'll smash your face in.
Hey, you looking for a way in with the pipes?
Hey, I need to talk to... Oh, There we go. All right, let's go see Gorak.
Avis, Gorak's base is in the Pike District. Find the back entrance, slice the terminal in his tower. Steal the file marked SK01. Good luck.
Who? Oh, wait, are you the one who hired me? Hello? Okay. Hey, Waka. Thanks for the help. You almost got me killed.
Guess Gorak still remembers me.
Just tell me how to get into his stronghold.
It's in the Pike District. The main entrance is next to that imp checkpoint at the city entrance. That place is full of opportunities for someone like you. But if you're
All right, so going into the Pike area, this section's fairly consistent. As soon as I drop out of the vent, the game auto pulls you into the crouch position, so I don't have to worry about sound. Once those guys are far enough out, I'm able to run over here, go down. There's going to be a few more items. I'm going to get down in like a little tunnel here. So once I have these, I can turn around and then go back. And so what I want to do here is I want to get in position, and as I pull myself up onto this main area, I want to be looking in the far back, like at my 2 o'clock, and see where the enemies are. If done properly, those enemies should be well down that way and walking towards me. And so all I'm going to do is wait, because unfortunately if I make my way to the vent now, what will happen is they'll end up seeing me and then they'll come to investigate. And that kind of throws the rest of the area out of sync in what normally will happen. So it's easier to just wait for these guys to come down. And as soon as they turn around, then I can go. Now, when I exit this vent, the game's going to force you to be standing as you come out. So I need to stop and crouch down as quickly as I can. And then I want to move forward. If I don't crouch down quickly there, the enemies that are at the door will see me and start to come to investigate. As I move through this section, there's a slight chance that the game bugs and they're able to see me through the wall and they'll come and investigate as well. And the ones I'm talking about are the ones that are standing there with the staffs by the door. Right, so I'm just going to stay here. It's kind of unfortunate that guy saw me. He shouldn't have, but, you know, whatever. Those two enemies are very buggy with, like, how they can see you, so. All I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for these enemies to turn around, and as they start to path back, then I'll go around and go down. I just need to make sure I'm paying attention to the guy at the door, that he's not looking this direction when I go. Now, as I make my way across, it's kind of random, but sometimes there will be an enemy pathing here. If there is, I just send Nyx to him and then I take him out. Otherwise, I always get Nyx to take out the camera, and then this will always happen the same way. I'll just hold short here, send Nyx in, take this enemy out, and then head for the grate and climb up. And I highly suggest taking that path now in this mission, because in the next mission, the work I've already put in here will help speed things along on the next one.
We'll be okay, Nyx. Yeah. Now, how do we get up there?
Hey, Nyx, the button over there.
Okay. That lowered a turbo lift. Hey, buddy, hit that button. Oh, all right. This'll work. Okay, what can we do here next? Good boy, Nix. Let's go. You doing okay, buddy? We just gotta do a few jobs like this before we hit it big, all right? This pike operation looks huge. They must have a sweet deal with the Empire. There's the tower. That energy barrier might be a problem, though. Okay, Nix, we can go loud now. If we gotta.
All right, so for this section, as long as I do everything in the proper way and at the proper speed, this should happen the exact same way every single time. So I want to get over to this area as quickly as I can. And I want to whistle for this guy to come over to me. By the time he walks over into position, the other enemy that's pathing on the other side should be looking the opposite direction. I'm going to send Nix over just to guarantee that he moves into the position that I want. And then I'm going to take him out. I then want to head over to the other side, and I want to get Nix on one of the enemies. It doesn't really matter which one. And then once Nix is on that enemy, I want to go ahead and use the stun shot on the other one. And that'll take care of one of the two power cores I need to disable. So it's not a guarantee that I get a blaster here. If a blaster drops, I want to carry it into the next section. So I go ahead and grab that. As I come around that corner, I need to be crouched, because if I'm not, the enemy across the balcony will see me. As I move across here, it's kind of a gamble whether that enemy sees you or not. If he does, then I just cover down on this like gray aluminum box here and wait for him to come over and then take him out. If not, I can go ahead and send Nix over to him and then take him out. What I want to do now is I want to send Nix down to turn off the second power core. And then for whatever reason, the game starts bugging here. It just doesn't show the model of the blaster until I aim it for some reason. I now need to move down to the rock, and I'm going to hold short. There are going to be two enemies here that are static, and then there's going to be a patrol. I just want to make sure that the patrol's not down here close enough to see me as I do this.
Okay, files. Gotta find a terminal.
So earlier when I was on the speeder, I had mentioned the grenades that I had picked up and why I pick up grenades and what they're useful for. Those grenades that I picked up are for this section. What's going to happen here is I'm going to get two pikes that come in because the alarm's going to get tripped. And they like to come in and then set down shields. So what you're going to see is I'm going to throw a grenade and they're going to stop all aggression. They're going to stop shooting at me. They're going to stop looking at me. They're going to look at the grenade. That's going to open up an opportunity for me to take them out with this blaster that I brought into the room. And just like that, they're taken out very simply. And again, that's in large part because of the grenade.
Okay, we can climb. Don't worry, Nix. The next job will be better.
So moving into this room, there's going to be 3 enemies, and this strategy is very consistent. What I want to do is I want to send Nix to get the blaster rifle. And then once these 2 are turned away, I want to stun shot the guy at the door. Once I have the blaster rifle, I want to send Nix to one of the enemies, and then I'm going to simultaneously engage the other. When that's done, I can take out the final one, and the room's cleared.
Better than nothing. Whoa! Watch your step, Nix. I got this. I got this. I think we're good, Nix. Can't believe we pulled that off. Waka, how fast can you fix that ship?
I know. You want to get off to Shara. But fuel injectors don't come cheap. You get paid?
Maybe. You know anyone who'd buy proof that some pike is trying to overthrow Gorak?
If this is Crimson Dawn, Gorak will
Just
not be
leave
pleased.
my name out of it this time.
Hey, you.
Did you hear?
So once I talk to Danka, I'm going to get my first option to pick who do I want to get rep with. I want to make sure that I save the information for Gorak. This is going to allow me to get a little bit of reputation with Crimson Dawn and maintain that relationship while also getting a huge amount with the Pike Syndicate. The most important syndicate to be in good standing with in this game for this no damage run is the Pikes. The reason for that is for upgrades I'm going to need later on. I'm going to have to pass through some of their territory later on Akiva and towards the end of the game on Akiva. And it's going to allow me to use one of the fast travel points here on Tashara to move around Tashara a little bit faster to get some of the objectives I need to get done a little bit faster.
No rush. I just want to keep moving.
Fine. Go see if you can find more work. Parts that she needs ain't cheap.
I'll talk to Danka. But it doesn't have to be perfect. Just make it work. So, Danka, got more work for me?
Maybe. You got an eye on him?
K-Vess, the Huts need a job done, and you seem like a good fit.
Who is this?
Come to McCall's and find out.
So I'm going to run past where I need to go for the mission here. I'm actually going to go over to where the Crimson Dawn base is at, because right in front of their base is a fast travel point that I'm going to need later, so I want to go ahead and unlock it now, and then I'll head back and continue with this mission.
Hey, you Bilo? Danka sent me.
Ah, yes. I heard you were coming.
Great.
You new around here? Oh.
So coming out of this conversation, I need to get a blaster part, and you have two choices. You can do that through Crimson Dawn, or you can do it through the Pikes. I'm going to do it through the Pikes for two reasons. One, the location of the Pike base is closer to where I am right now. And number two, I'm already in good standing with them, which means I'll be able to basically run right in and run right to the part. Now earlier, I mentioned that some of what I was doing was setting me up for this mission later. What that's going to be is the camera that I disabled here. Again, I still have that 50-50 chance of having that enemy patrol this area. If he was, I would just take him out because I could run right up to him with no issue because I'm in a good standing. Since the camera's already down, I'm able to just run right in, take everything I need, and then I can head out.
Your intel was good. I have the part. You got a workshop or something I can use?
I'll do you one better. There's a workbench on the Trailblazer I got up and running. I've also moved her to a proper dock at a settlement called Jauntus Hope. Somewhere nicer, more comfortable.
Okay.
So once the conversation's over, I'm able to fast travel. This is going to be a recurring theme in the game, is you're not allowed to fast travel while conversations are taking place. So once I'm done talking, I'm able to fast travel to the loading dock or whatever this area is, the landing pad, and then I'm able to go ahead and just get on my speeder and head towards Jauntus Hope. Now on the way to Jauntus Hope, I'm going to head over to the Pike Workshop, and that is the fast travel point that I alluded to earlier that I'm going to use later on Tashara to get around a little bit faster to do some of the objectives that I need to do.
Guess this is life for us now, huh, Nix? We're on our own. Like, really on our own. With a death mark. But we can lose it. Just need to make enough to survive. Until we land a score so big, nobody can hold us back. Ever. We set for life.
Okay, so I only need to go that far to unlock the fast travel point, and now I'm just going to head straight to Jauntus Hope.
Jauntus Hope. Okay, so this is where Waka brought the Trailblazer. Whoa. Check out the ship, Nix. Waka's been busy. There's the workbench. Whew, haven't done that in a while. Danka, my blaster's good to go. You gonna give me that job now?
Yeah, Bilo mentioned you'd stop by.
For this next mission, there's not a whole lot to talk about. Basically, I just need to head over here, go inside, pick up a part, and then fast travel back to Jauntus Hope. But one thing I will say is that this is the first time where you use the Ion Blaster. So there's a bit of a tutorial prompt that'll pop up on your screen to use it. And then after you use it, there's another tutorial prompt that will pop up saying to swap back to your plasma module. If for whatever reason you don't do that and you fast travel back to Jonta's Hope, it will remain on your screen until you log out of the game. So either until you reload from the main menu, like you go to the main menu and then load back in, or you close the game completely out and then load it back up.
Empire is lying to you.
Dunka.
Keep them.
So once I'm done with this conversation, I want to go talk to the bartender. This is going to start the quest chain for the mechanic, which I need to do for the main story, but also because I'm going to end up picking up the smoke bomb for the mechanic that I'm going to use only one time in this run, and it's going to be in the last 10 to 15 minutes of the game. So as you might have saw there while I was talking, I fast traveled to the Pike Workshop. This is one of the reasons why I unlocked this, is because it's very useful for getting to this portion of the quest chain for the mechanic. And then I'll use it one more time during the quest chain for the slicer that I'll do later on.
Let's hope that bike modder's around here. Huh, wind fishing. That must be Kadua.
Flip it the other way.
You think I haven't tried that?
Hey, this is Kadua, right?
Maybe.
Hang on tight. Are you CeeLo? I need to kick up the power on my...
I'll send the cord.
We need to pick up the pace. Hey, CeeLo, how do I use those,
Mag disruptors. Just secure them to the circuit panel near the turbine.
guess I probably could have...
There's not much to talk to for this mission. There is one thing I'm going to chime in with at the very end of this mission. So I'll pipe back up once I get there. Otherwise, it's basically just, you know, going through this and doing the platforming stuff as the game intends for you to do it.
No, yeah, I am. You just think there'd be an easier way to get an atmospheric accelerator.
Actually, I only made the one. It's in the converter room at the top of the harvester.
The Empire stole it?
I gave it to them. In exchange for some off-world parts. I didn't know they'd use it to divert the winds and cut off our farmers.
Well, the good news is they won't have it for much longer. All right. Let's go, Nix. Could've used a few more of those mag disruptors. Nothing's broken, I think. Why do I get the feeling you didn't really need this thing to boost my bike?
Well, I could have used something off the shelf, but this accelerator will give you a much stronger kick.
I'll be the judge of that. All right, Nix. I guess we're doing this. That must be it. I have your accelerator. It looks like this place can't run without it.
I told you it has some serious kick. And hey, with the winds back to their natural course, you'll have a way out.
On the way out of this area, what the developers want you to do is they want you to get on the speeder and they want you to use it to get out of here. I'm not going to do that. And the reason is because once you get on the speeder, the game will force wind. You can actually see it right now. The game will force wind onto you, which will throw the speeder forward and you lose a lot of control. This might not be the case if you're playing on a controller, but when you're playing on mouse and keyboard, you lose so much control that 99% of the time you're going to smack into one of the fan blades. And that'll do one of two things. Either it'll stop all of your forward momentum, or you'll slam into it and it will glitch you up and either glitch you out of bounds for the game, in which case you'll fall through the map and die, or you'll end up taking damage. So to avoid all of that, I'm just going to run down this tunnel so that I don't have to deal with it. Now, once I make it out of the blades, if I could summon my bike here, I could do so safely. Unfortunately, you can't do that until you're almost at the exit to these caves.
Okay, Nix, let's go. Whoa, Nix! You hanging on back there? Feel like going for a ride? What did I tell you, CeeLo?
So now that I've unlocked the mechanics ability set, what I want to get is what I mentioned earlier. I want to get Smoke Bomb. To get that, I'm going to need the Smoke Bomb compressor. So I'm going to go ahead and go off and get that before I continue on with the main story.
Let's get moving. Huh. I wonder where that leads.
So much of this mission going to get this compressor is simply just a timing and platforming challenge. There is one section I'll speak to later that is very hard on the timing, but for the rest of this, simply just wait until the wind stops and then proceed. As I make my way across this wind gap, there's going to be an enemy off to my right. As long as I don't go near it, it will never aggro onto me. And that is the preferred strategy, is just run right by it.
Nix, watch the wind. Don't want to get swept away.
So on this next wind gap, you have to swing across. The timing here is very tight. So as soon as you see the wind let up, you have to immediately start going. Otherwise, you'll get caught on the wind, it'll throw you off, and you'll take damage.
Where are we? Whoa, what is this place? Hold that tight, Nix. Let's get out while we still can, Nix.
Okay. Hey.
Hey.
Perfect. Let's get them installed. All right, fuel injectors. There. She can fly now. But the hyperdrive is still on the fritz.
Oh, so... Ship looks fixed up. You're sure it'll fly, Waka? All right, let's get moving.
So once you get into space, I think the way the devs want you to do this part is they want you to kind of go through the broken ship and shoot stuff, and you don't need to do any of that. As you can see, I'm just going to fly over the entire area straight to the objective, which I think is the easiest way to do it, because then you don't have to deal with all the fluff in the middle. And again, just as a reminder for ship combat, none of the damage that I take counts against the run. So when it comes to the speeder and when it comes to the ship, I can take damage to those because they don't do direct damage to K, but I cannot die.
There's the ship. Blast the cargo loose.
Uh-huh.
Get us close while I fire up the tractor beam.
That's our mark. Drop the cargo or die.
Raiders, just what we needed. Don't let them hit.
Waka, I know. We have to fight. I can't get the cargo if they're firing on us.
Just protect the Trailblazer.
This is our lucky day. 2 ships to gut.
More of them? Oh, come on. We were stealing this first.
Wow. This thing can move.
Right? Now, let's get the rest of that cargo.
There. Got it.
Perfect. We now have Sensana aboard. I'll, put the space station coordinates in.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. So this is what we're breaking into?
Yeah. Just don't do anything suspicious. You know what? I'm gonna disable the ship's weapons, just in case.
Traitor, you are in unauthorized space. Turn around or prepare to be fired upon.
Negative. Our Darius G-class freighter ran into some trouble. Had to switch to this ship for your, cargo delivery. Of precious minerals. Precious, very legal minerals.
Follow the TIE escort into docking bay 3. Submit for inspection.
Inspection?
At least we're in, right? Elira, what are we stealing anyway?
Nothing. You're deleting debts. Every syndicate in Mirogana owes Governor Thornton money. The records are on that station.
So I find the data vault, delete the Pike debts, and Thornton thinks they've messed with his records.
Wipe the data. Frame the Pikes.
Crimson Dawn comes out on top.
Why do I feel like Elira's using us?
Because it's Crimson Dawn. She is. This is a lot. You know it's not too late to just...
What did I get us into next? Let's just sneak out and...
Alright, so for this hangar section, I'm only going to take out one enemy, and it's going to be this one that's in front of me. And the reason for that is because this one will patrol left and right, and I don't want to potentially get caught.
Hello there. Welcome to the Trailblazer.
Good cover.
I'm going to wait for these two troopers that are patrolling to walk in front of this lift, and then I'm going to start moving it. And basically I just want to stay kind of in this back corner until I get about parallel to where that patrol was. At that point I want to move forward and just stay on the side. There is a chance that I could get spotted by an enemy on the right or the left. If that happens, just basically I keep moving until I get to the end, and they'll go and look and investigate the area that I was at. So they'll never actually catch me or see me.
We're in. Terminal will have a floor plan. Then we can find a data vault.
So coming through the door, I want to make sure that I'm crouched, and I want to move over to this section. There's going to be two Imperial officers that walk out. It's very important to hold and not move forward until they are further down. For that reason right there. One of them generally will always start walking in circles randomly. It's almost like the AI is getting hung up. So I just want to wait until I know that they're on a set path, and then I can go forward. Nothing special for these two enemies. It's basically just stealth takedowns on both of them.
Okay, data vault. It's in the maintenance bay. All right, let's get that door open.
Hey, Kay. The officer's inspecting the goods. You found the files?
No, keep her busy.
I was just thinking. The Pikes run Mirogana. Maybe instead of deleting their debts, you frame Crimson Dawn. Tell Gorak everything.
As soon as I get this door sliced, I want to make sure I stay crouched. I want to move into this position. and I want to wait for the enemy closest to me to move away. Once that enemy moves away, I'm going to send Nyx to him once he passes his friend there on the left. And then as Nyx engages and he turns, I'm going to run up and take down the first one, and then I can take down the second one.
Take extra care. We have an inspection coming up soon.
You don't have to tell me twice. I still remember the last time.
Still can't believe we had to dump that shipment.
Neither can.
It's very important here I don't touch that laser screen, because if I do, it will do damage to me. And that's for any red laser screen or blue laser screen in the game. You do not want to touch them.
Oh, that was close.
So there's going to be a 3-man patrol down here, and as soon as I go to drop down, one of them is going to see me. The vast majority of the time, it's going to be the heavy here. I'm just going to wait for him to move down this way. Once he gets close enough, I'm going to send Nyx to distract him to guarantee he comes down the line that I want, which is right up against this crate. And then once he gets perpendicular to me, I should get the prompt to execute a melee takedown. At this point, all I'm doing is waiting for these enemies to come back. Once they get close enough to me that I can send Nyx, I'm going to send Nyx at one, I'm going to stun the other, and then move in for a takedown.
Need a relief team over here.
Go get him, buddy.
I took a blaster shot to the chest and lived.
Hey, Nyx, the button over there.
Floor plan said the data vault's here somewhere.
So I want to send Nyx over to activate this TIE fighter to move it out of the way so I can grapple over. You could go down the elevator, but that makes it near impossible to get through the hangar without getting spotted. I want to quickly move into this position. And once the probe droid is about parallel to me, I want to move all the way to the wall and then run and jump. If I try to run up against the barrier, it's actually too close to the probe droid and it will sense you and turn around and look at you. As I make my way over to this beam, I want to drop down, hit the crouch button, and move behind these crates. Once this enemy gets in range of Nyx, I want to send Nyx over. And then once Nyx engages, I'm going to grapple over and do an air takedown.
The data vault. Okay, let's wipe some debts.
So for this choice, I want to frame Crimson Dawn, and the only reason for that is what I explained later, is that I need to keep a good standing with the pikes. And essentially at this juncture, with the way that I move through the story, whichever one I pick will stay either good or bad for the rest of the game. So I want to pick the pikes, that way I can keep them in a good standing for the rest of the game. And then Crimson Dawn will just remain in a poor standing for pretty much the rest of the game. As I move across in the open area here, I want to be looking down the way because there's going to be a mechanic or engineer that's going to be turning around at some point, and it usually coincides with the 3-man patrol that's over by the objective. So once the 3-man patrol turns, I want to look down that way and make sure I've got eyes on the mechanic, and as long as he's looking away from me, I'm good to go across. If he happens to look over, I can still go across. I just need to move to the lift and know that he's going to be walking to me as I go this way. And I'm going to need to make sure that I stay undercover with that lift as the obstruction to his vision.
You're going to drop this?
Kay, get back here. The imp's not buying it.
What?
I've locked the Trailblazer down, but they're trying to pry her doors open. Hurry up!
I'm coming.
Nothing to really talk to in this section. It's basically just do what the developers intend for you to do until you get to the other room.
Yeah, let's go.
Seeing the scale of our operation keeps them in line, I'm all for it. Governor Thornton knows what he's doing.
Door's closed. Need you to open it.
Yeah, I got it, Boss Knock. Wouldn't it be faster if I carried you?
What? I'm not leaving my stuff here. Hey, the other door didn't open. You sure you pushed the right button?
I'm learning as I go here, Boss Knock. Wait. Okay, here we go.
Whoa, hey. What'd you do? I'm falling.
I don't know what happened. I pushed a button.
Find me! Intruder! You have to get down here!
Hey, so how'd you end up here?
An imp with no sense of humor caught me counting the back gods. Hey, intruder, someone's coming.
So for the combat section up ahead, I'm going to start by stunning one of the stormtroopers. And then I'm going to shoot the Imperial officer. This is only because the Imperial officer reacts slower with firing than the stormtroopers do.
Go hide.
Once I take out that stormtrooper, I need to quickly move to this section. And now essentially I'm just going to use the explosives around the area to take out the enemies.
Yes, sir. Secure the area. What the? Fire.
Crush them! You copy? I need help.
So normally in my runs, one of the rules that I make is that I'm not allowed to fail a mission or reload a checkpoint. Unfortunately, there is a bug in the current version of the game at the time of me doing this run that I cannot control. And what happens is it's kind of a coin flip, like 50% of the time it happens and then the other it doesn't. When I exit this vent, you'll hear Waka just say, hey, you alerted the station, and you'll autofill the encounter. Even though I didn't alert anybody, you guys saw I didn't alert anybody, I killed all the enemies. Everything happened as the developers intend for you to go through that encounter. For whatever reason, it will just autofill you. So because that's a bug and it's a known bug, it doesn't count towards my normal rule set. Everything else aside from that, though, will follow the normal rule set of I am not allowed to fail a mission or restart a checkpoint.
Scanning contents for delivery. Cargo not recognized. Authorization from hangar control bay needed.
Sounds like you need to override the cargo authorization.
I heard. Where's the hangar control bay?
Up ahead.
Move, trooper. There's a possible intruder near the cargo bay. Nothing to report.
So I want to move to take out this enemy all the way up against the wall. So I'm just going to shove K into the wall here. Now, as soon as I open this door, I need to quickly get to this Imperial officer because she's going to start to back away from the console. And right, if I would have waited one more second, she would have turned and looked right at me. So after she's taken out, I'm just going to send Nyx onto the Stormtrooper. And then I'll move forward and take him out. And then I'll repeat this on the Imperial officer.
We're not getting through that hangar with all those troopers. Maybe...
Okay, so I've only got one combat section left on the space station, and this is the hardest part of the space station. This is actually one of 4 areas in the game that are very, very, very difficult to do no damage. So I'm going to try to narrate this and commentate on it as quickly as I can, but things happen very, very fast, and they have to. Otherwise, you'll miss your opportunities and potentially take damage. So I want to make sure I have my stun shot before I hack the door. And as soon as I open the door, I'm going to stun the Stormtrooper and immediately start engaging on the Imperial officer.
Hi there.
I then want to move out and kind of stun lock this guy, like just one shot at a time. And I want to send Nyx over to pull the blaster off the box here. Once that enemy's dead, I want to grab the rifle from Nyx, and I want to move into this covered position, and then I want to engage the 4 Stormtroopers that are going to be over here. Now, it's very important I get through this as quickly as possible because I'm going to get a heavy coming out of the door at the back. And what I need to do is I need to blow this heavy up on whichever canister he's closest to, whether that be left or right. So on this attempt, it was the left. Once I get him taken care of, then all I'm doing is the normal strategy of moving from one side to the other to confuse the enemy's aim of where I'm at so they can't immediately start shooting me when I pop up over the cover to engage. So I should get 2 more enemies here, and around the time that I'm killing them, I should get the gate or the back hatch on the ship to start lowering. So this will be the last enemy. I was very lucky I didn't get hit there. And now I need to go. I need to go immediately because if I delay there, the door is going to open again with more enemies that could potentially shoot me as I'm making my way across to get onto the ship.
No, no, no! That was our way out!
Then we'll make another one.
Use the boosters! Get us out of here!
For this space combat section, not a whole lot to talk to. You want to make sure that you pull up when you come out because there's going to be a ship that exits hyperspace right in front of you. And if you don't pull up, you basically run right into it. Once you're out of that, you just want to move to this section. The enemies will drop off you, and then once you get over here, it's basically fighting 4 enemy ships. Once those are dead, clear your wanted level, and then move on. So, not a whole lot to this section.
Right, okay. Guess I'll need to take out these ties first.
Trailblazer's been hit! Can't slice that relay with these ties on us!
I'm on it! That's it. We've lost them.
We did it. We did it. Who's this guy in the jar?
Bosnock.
Bosnock. Good. Yeah. Great. Get close to the relay and I can wipe the system. Just need a few seconds. Uninterrupted.
Okay, are we good?
We're all clear. Let's get back to Mirgana. Quick.
You all good back there, Bob? Bosnock?
Oh yeah, been a while since I felt a rush like that. You guys do this a lot?
So, is this guy joining our crew, or...?
We're not a crew, and no, he is not.
I'm sure they'll let you play Sabak. However it is, you do that.
I'll be back soon. Don't trash the place, Bosnock.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm a little busy right now.
Yeah, you any good at Sabak?
What? Yeah, I'm from Canto Bight.
Good. I got some Highrollers looking for a challenge at McCall's. Go take their money. Huh?
Alright, so now that I'm done talking to Gorak, I want to move over here and I want to start the quest chain for the Slicer.
I bet Isla Bren knows where to get some good slicing.
Went slightly too early there to get the fast travel and I was locked out of it.
Waka, Bosnock's getting picked up and I got paid. What's the next part you need?
So infiltrating Crimson Dawn here is kind of a pain in the ass. It's much harder to infiltrate this under a bad standing than it is to do the Pike one. But if you follow my example here, it should be fairly easy to get through here. There's just a couple of things that you have to remember. So I'll go over those in just a second.
That I need to get off to Shara fast?
It means more work. I got a nice curated list.
So I want to wait until the enemy patrol turns. He'll turn pretty abruptly right there. So once I see him start to turn, I can go ahead and move forward and take out this first one. Then just for safety, I'm going to move forward and take out the second one because I'm going to have to kind of exist in this area for a little bit. The next enemy that I need to take out will at times kind of turn around and look over his shoulder. So what I want to do is I want to shove myself up against the railing and I want to send Nyx to distract him. That's going to allow me to safely come up over the rail and not have to be concerned with getting bad RNG where I start to climb over and he turns around and spots me. Once this guy's taken out, I'm going to drop back down and I'm going to move in position for the next enemy patrol to go by. So luckily with the 1.1.2 update that the developers put out recently that fixed kind of like you being spotted while rolling, it makes this area much more consistent where I can now roll and pretty much never pull the attention of the two guards that are up on the ramp to my left. So once the guy I'm looking at kind of turns to the left, I want to roll over. And then I'm just going to wait here until he's across the gap. Once he's across the gap, I'm going to send Nyx over. And then I'll run over and deal with him. Now, normally in the section that I'm about to sneak into, there are 2 guards that patrol the area. Because I'm in this part of the mission with the slicer, those enemies don't exist here. So anything in this area that I want to loot, I want to go ahead and do it now. 1, because I'm never going to come back here. But 2, because this is the safest time to do it. So for anyone that may be watching this, that's not doing a no damage run, the safest time to come in here is when you are doing this specific mission, because those enemies will be gone. So if you're trying to come into this vault, do it on that, and you'll have a little bit of an easier time getting in. But for me, I'm just going to loot the vault again, just to get things to sell and make sure that I have the credits I need for later on in the game. And then I'm going to head out.
Here goes.
What was that? What? I heard a noise in the storage room.
Little feet a rest.
Alright, so as I approach the objective here, I want to bring my bike to the right side of it and kind of just park it on this side of the rock. Then I'm going to move forward, and right around where this tall grass is, there's going to be an area to the left where I'm able to just drop into the back of the area. What I want to do is I want to make sure that the patrol is away from the enemies to the left, and I want to make sure that this patrol on the right is turned around before I go up. As soon as I see that guy turn around, I'm going to jump up, drop down, get my stun shot. I'm going to get super close to the enemy on the left. I'm going to shoot the one on the right, knock out the one on the left, and then pick up the code sequencer. And I'm going to jump over the side and basically run out of the area and get to my speeder.
Good timing. I'll send you my location.
Now, generally speaking, the enemies wouldn't see me. For whatever reason, one of them heard my feet running or whatever. But generally speaking, that won't happen. And by about this time, they'll find out that some people got knocked out. So the window of opportunity there is quite large to pull off that strategy.
Hey, you didn't say you were working an Imperial compound.
Well, now you know. I'm cornered in the northwest garage.
I guess you're gonna want me to find a way in?
Just stay alive. I really need that sequencer.
I'll try.
All right, so for this part of the mission, I'm going to do something that probably is going to seem counterproductive at first, but you'll see the benefit and the merit in it later on. Essentially what that's going to be is I'm going to clear out every enemy up to the objective I'm going to have to do after the objective right now. And so I take out the first enemy there. I'm going to pull this enemy in using Nyx. I want to make sure that the line that Nyx brings him in on is right up against these crates so I can do a corner takedown on this guy. Once that's done, I'm going to go ahead and use Ion Shot to take out the camera. And then I'm just going to move to the end of this hallway and cover down on the corner here. I want to send Nyx after any enemy, it doesn't really matter, out of that patrol. One of the two. I'm going to stun shot the one that Nyx isn't on, take out the one that Nyx is on. Then I want to move up to this position and whistle to pull over the stormtrooper. As soon as the stormtrooper is in range for Nyx to attack him, I'm going to send Nyx at him. And then move in to do a takedown. I'm then going to backtrack and send Nyx after this technician in the back.
Go get him, buddy.
And then once he's taken out, there's one enemy left. And I'll send, again, Nyx to take out that enemy. And then I'll go in for a melee. For the next two enemies, when I open the door, I just want to make sure they're looking away. I'm going to move into this position and send Nyx to the officer. As soon as Nyx attacks the officer, it'll turn the stormtrooper, and then I'll engage on him. And then I'll take out the officer. For the final room, as soon as the elevator doors open, there's going to be two enemies. I'm going to send Nyx after the officer, and as he attacks the officer, I'm going to take out the stormtrooper.
Take him down, Nyx.
So the whole reason for doing all of that is because once I meet with our contact here and I put the device on the roof, all of the turrets in the base are going to start engaging the stormtroopers, which sends the entire base into alert. It's very rare, but once in a while, you can do this mission, and you will not get a wanted level. You won't get anyone trying to look for you. The vast majority of the time, you're going to have the opposite, which is people are going to be looking for you. When that situation is going on, it's much, much harder to deal with all of these enemies up to the objective than it is now. Right now, they're all in very predictable positions and patrol patterns, and it makes it so much easier to deal with them, so that's why I do it now. So I'm going to make my way over by this ladder. I'm going to send Nyx over to the stormtrooper, and then I'm going to do a drop takedown on the technician here. And then I could take out the stormtrooper. Now, once I get inside of this room, there are going to be enemies that are able to see into the room, so I have to be very specific about how I move through here. So I'm going to do a roll off the top here so that I can land behind this table. Grab what I need. I'm going to do a roll over, grab what I need again, and then roll into the room.
Isla, I got it.
All right, so now that I have the device from the slicer, I'm going to move around back up this ladder to the top of the building. And then as soon as I place this device and I'm able to control K, I want to dodge roll left away from the edge here so that hopefully I don't get spotted. And then we're just going to do everything in reverse. So I'm just going to go back the exact same way that I came. And if I'm lucky, I won't get pulled into combat with anything. And for the life of me, I can't remember what actually happened during this run, but... Alright, well there you go. There's literally no one here with line of sight on me, but I randomly get pulled into alert status. And again, that is why it's important to clear these enemies out ahead of time.
And I'm headed to the shuttle.
Because if I was running through here when that happened, all of the enemies up here would magically know where I am and would start moving to engage me.
Oh, come on!
Understood. Continue to search until further...
Close call. Defenses are down.
And I am off this moon. Call me when you're out of there, Vess.
Here we go, Nix.
So as I'm on my way out of the compound, I do need to make sure that I'm kind of paying attention to, I guess, the compass or whatever it is at the very top that shows the diamonds for the enemies and kind of where they are. If I see any red ones that are near me, then I'm likely going to have to fight to get out of here. I would say that happens once every 20 times or something you do this. So I make sure that I have stun shot ready just in case I turn a corner and there's one there. But the vast majority of the time it'll be just running out the exact same way that I came in. So all I want to do here is I want to go up the same way. I want to climb up the rope as I'm swinging over, which will allow me to get the height I need to jump over. And then I can just be on my way out of the area.
Proceed to the area and eliminate them.
Now, if we hadn't gotten pulled into a wanted alert status, once I drop off here and I get back to my speeder, I would be able to fast travel out. Unfortunately, because I'm in a wanted status, you can tell at the top left,
Hang on tight.
because I'm in that status, I can't do that. So what I need to do is I need to drop this wanted level. And the easiest way to do that is to jump this gap over to this, like, island. And the reason why I like jumping over to here is simply because none of the Imperial forces can get to this location. So I can move to this location and then I know 100% for certain that I am safe from any Imperials just coming and trying to get me. And now all I'm going to do is just loot the area and then, I don't know, bunny hop around or something, waste time until my alert level goes out. But you'll see here, I cannot actually fast travel. And that's simply because I have an alert level.
Attention units. We have reports of a deadly criminal in your area. Keep looking. We can't let her get away.
Go put on a show next.
We have lost sight of the target.
Ready.
So,
Just take it so I can get back to my
So I make a slight mistake here. What I should do right now is instead of fast traveling out, I should go over and talk to Danka so that I can pick up the smuggler side quest that I need to do. The whole reason for unlocking the slicer is so that I can get light-footed. Light-footed is probably the most useful skill in the entire game when coupled with the right gear. And I'll go over all of that once I get to Akiva. But eventually we're going to end up in a state such that me running around and doing, you know, things close to enemies will be completely silent. I'll be able to run right behind an enemy and like touch them with my shoulder as I'm running by, and they'll never hear me. That is so useful, like beyond useful for this no damage run, that it is a must-have. So I have to unlock the slicer to get that. But one of the prerequisites to unlocking light-footed is to do a smuggler contract. And I should have picked that up from Danka. I'll end up going back and picking it up once I realize that I forgot it. But that is something that I messed up and I should have done at that time. As soon as I get done with the slicer mission, I turn around because I'm already there at the cantina and I just go talk to Danka and pick it up. I wouldn't complete the contract then, but I would go pick it up then. That way I don't have to pick it up later and waste time. Alright, so for the Imperial Comm Station, what I need to do is I need to move into position. I need to wait for this ATST to turn around from the position it's at right now. Because right now it's looking at exactly where I need to go. So as soon as this turns, I'm going to run across. And I want to drop down into this pit. You might have noticed there was a probe droid off in the distance. I need to wait for that probe droid to go right over my head.
Someone around next?
As this probe droid passes over my head and moves beyond the point where I'm going to attach my hook, I want to go ahead and go up. That'll put me in the perfect position to go across and make sure that this probe droid isn't looking my direction. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to kind of stalk this probe droid until it gets far enough back that I can destroy it without anyone inside the comm station hearing it. Once I jump this gap and I climb up, there's going to be another probe droid that comes from the cliffside. I want to make sure I destroy this one and then I can move on. Now this timing is 100% consistent and will always be this way. As long as I quickly move over and across, that stormtrooper will always be in that position. So I can take him out with a stun shot And then the remaining 2 enemies up here, I'm just going to take out via Nyx and melee. No clue what that audio distortion is. It sounds like a flamethrower. That happens once in a while. I imagine it's a bug or something. So this puts me in the perfect position to drop down right at the objective. So I'm going to move behind this second guy. I'm going to send Nyx on the first guy and then take out the one closest to me. And then take out the one that Nyx is on.
That's a power core. Class 11. Perfect.
Now I'm going to go out the same way that I came in. Unfortunately, it's a little like hard to get your grapple to actually hook once you're fully on top of that box. So basically, as you climb up onto the box, you need to be spamming the button to swing over. If you do that, you'll always catch it. If you climb up onto the box first and then try to hit the grapple button, 99% of the time, it's just never going to actually go out. So I want to move back over to this location, and there's only one probe droid left, so I need to figure out where he is. So I see that he's on the right side and that he's moving away from me. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to swing over. I'm going to jump a little bit early so I land on the wall. And then I'm just going to wait on the wall and let him go over my head.
Got something, bud?
Once he's over my head, I can go ahead and climb up and then head out. Now, I do need to stop short just to make sure the ATST isn't looking my direction. I'm just going to hide in the grass and wait for him to fully complete his patrol so that I know I have the maximum amount of time to go across without being seen.
We're going too slow. Well, Nyx, if Walker's right, this part means the Trailblazer will take us anywhere we want. And a big score, we'll be set for life. We've come a long way from the Workers' District, buddy. And it's only up from here. So this nav computer, it'll be pretty easy to find, right?
You just need to get through the maze of hallways, climb through some ancient rubble, and hope the whole thing doesn't cave in on you.
Oh, easy then. Hey, I think I'm at some kind of tunnel.
That'll get you to the wreck. Only way through is with that speeder mod.
Waka, I'm here. What do I do?
Alright, install the power core and hit the capacitor with your ion blaster module. With the core in place, the door should open right up.
Core goes here, I guess. Let's power up the core. Wow, look at this place. Waka, I'm in.
Amazing, right? These High Republic cruisers were something special. Nav computer will be on the bridge, so good luck.
Oh, he was right.
How's it going?
I mean, a hyperdrive doesn't really need a nav computer to work, right?
As long as you don't mind ending up in a black hole, no.
Oh, great. And I'm guessing the bridge is still further in.
Hey, if it was easy to get to, that computer would be gone by now.
This thing is huge. How am I supposed to figure out where the bridge is? Ugh, Waka, this thing is falling apart around me.
Why do you think we stopped strapping it? Everyone figured it wasn't worth the risk.
Except you.
It's a calculated risk, Kay. And I'm good at math.
Was this the ship's reactor? Looks like the way to the bridge is shut. Maybe if we get the reactor going. Waka, I need to get power to the ship somehow. I think I'm at the reactor?
That's your best bet. It's probably a multi-step activation from bottom to top. If it works at all.
All right, that should warm it up. Okay, reactor's up. Now let's see if it'll power the rest of the ship. Okay, I think we gotta climb up to the top. Hey, I think that actually worked. That should get us to the control room. I'm okay. I'm okay. Waka, I think I'm almost there.
That's great.
Yeah. You okay?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Just fixing the Trailblazer. Hurry it up, okay?
Gotta be a way to get that lift to come down. Turbo lift works too. Looks safe. Maybe. This better be worth it. Walker, I made it.
Huh? Oh, yeah, perfect. Nav computer will be in the console.
Okay. I can't pry this open. I think it needs authorization.
Okay, so as I interact with this console, I'm going to get two Zarek Besh troopers coming in. And the strategy here is 100% consistent. This works every single time as long as it's executed properly. So one of these enemies is going to run down by this barrel that's on the left here. And as soon as he gets to it, I'm going to blow it up and then finish him off. I'm then going to move back down and to the, I guess my left now, but would have been right as I was coming down the stairs. And I'm going to take cover here. And now what I want to do is I want to send Nyx out to pull this enemy right beside the barrel. Once he gets in range, I'm going to explode the barrel and then finish him off. And that takes care of both of the enemies here.
Let's grab it and go. Now.
Now during the escape, I am going to have two enemies. They're very simple to deal with. It's going to occur right after I slide down the portion of the ship that breaks. So right when I get to the bottom here, I'm going to look right. I'm going to look in the room. There's going to be a barrel to shoot. I shoot that barrel and it takes care of both enemies.
Zarek Besh found us. This is bad. I knew we were here too long. Come on!
Now once I get out of this cutscene and I get to the ground, I'm going to jump on my speeder and I'm going to move very, very slowly into the cave. The reason for this is there's a bug where if you hit a certain spot just right, the game will consider collision having had occurred between like some cables on the top of the roof or the ceiling and your speeder, and will actually throw K off the front of the bike, and you'll take damage. So I have to move very slowly through that like entrance to the cave. Once I'm past that point, then as you can see here, I can go at normal speed with no problem. Okay, so this was the point earlier that I had mentioned that I forgot to pick up the smuggler contract, so I'm just coming to do that. And then I'm going to head back to the ship, meet with Jalen, and then after that, I can move to complete this mission along with something else I need to take care of.
We need to get out of here.
She'll be here any minute, I'm sure.
You hear that, Nix?
Are you ready?
So, what are the rules here? See ya later.
Okay then.
So the device that I'm picking up starts the Jet Kordo's Legacy questline. I'm only going to do the very first vault, which is the one here on Tashara. And the reason for that is because you get a belt when you complete that vault that has a passive on the piece that allows your stun shot to cool down faster. Which is slightly deceptive because what the game doesn't tell you is that that cooldown is from all sources. So by default in the game, whenever you use your stun shot, if you do a melee takedown on an enemy, you get 50% charge on that stun shot back. So what that accounts to is 2 enemies to get your stun shot back. With this belt, you reduce that by 50%. So what that means is that every enemy that you melee takedown means you'll have your stun shot returned to you. So if you've been paying really close attention to the strategies I've been using when it comes to using stun shot, quite a lot of them are, you know, shooting somebody and then immediately meleeing, or sending Nix to distract somebody and then shooting the other one and then going and meleeing. What this is going to allow me to do is get that stun shot back every single time. So basically you enter into a state where you can stun shot melee, and you can just do that with multiple enemies very rapidly. So this belt is going to allow me to essentially streamline the process and make everything faster and more efficient.
Oh. This will be quick. Got it.
So now that I've got the belt, what I want to do now is head over and complete the smuggler contract. This contract's very, very simple to do. Basically, it's just driving to one location, picking up an item, and then driving to Jonta's Hope and dropping it off. There can be enemies on the way, but taking the route that I take avoids those enemies, so I don't have to deal with them.
Come on, buddy. Hold on, Nix.
Through, okay? Sending over your credits.
Do you have more business on Tashara?
All right, let's go.
Hyperdrive is offline.
Oh, yeah, this nav computer will fix that. Can you hook it up for me?
Fine. It'd be hard to recruit a team without one.
Oh, right, the team. I know a Droidsmith on Akiva. What do we do about the others?
Jalen's left you a list of contacts and I've plotted their coordinates. If you want to recruit your own Droidsmith, I can tell him. Other than that, there's a heavy we could recruit on Tatooine, and a Safecracker on Kijimi, which is where I'd recommend going first.
So as you heard, the game wants us to go to Kijimi first. We're actually going to go to Akiva. Akiva is by far the best place to go this early in the game. And the reason for that is because once you meet Temin, you gain his ability set, and one of those abilities is an Electro-Shock prod, which allows you to stealth take down, I guess, elites. I can't remember if that's the exact term that the game uses, but they're elites or brutes or whatever, but they're heavy enemies that normally you cannot take down in melee. So I want to make sure that I get that. And then the other reason is for the gear. So the gear set that I'm about to pick up basically allows me to move around in stealth much quieter. And as I alluded to earlier, once you have that gear and the light-footed ability, you no longer make noise, period, in the game, from sprinting, rolling, sliding, whatever. You make zero noise to every enemy in the entire game. And that is going to be such an advantage in this run because the majority of this game, you're doing it in stealth. The final reason is because you get access to the Highroller side quest, which is Lando Calrissian. And once we complete that, you get access to Lando's set of abilities. By default, once you unlock those set of abilities, you get Plan B. Plan B allows you to get the heavy blaster module for the plasma set, which is a very, very, very strong weapon, even completely unupgraded. Just at its base value, it's very, very strong. It can 2- and 3-shot enemies. So I want to make sure that I get that because it's one of the best weapons in the game you can have outside of the ones you can just pick up off of enemies or elsewhere. So for all of those reasons, Akiva is the logical place to go first and the best place to go first, especially for no damage.
Akiva. There's a lot hidden in its jungles.
Smuggling, wildlife trafficking, rebel activity.
Aren't they friends of yours, Kay?
Sure. And I owe them after our little run-in on Kanto.
Ah, we were all using sarcasm. Excellent.
We need a gifted droidsmith to get past the gatekeeper. You say Kadik's our guy? I believe you.
For the record, he doesn't. What does a petty criminal from Canto Bight know about droids?
No, he knows all kinds of things. Like how to remove a restraining bolt without detection. He's got the spike that can erase protocols.
If you keep talking, I'll be forced to blast you. And Kay, I don't need help. I'm not broken.
I'm heading out.
Okay. Kay, start at the Alcazar. It's a cantina owned by a local gangster named Surat Nuat. If your droidsmith friend is as good as you say he is, Surat will know him.
Anything else you can tell me about this guy?
Surat is a smuggler. He uses the catacombs under the city to move his merchandise. He's also a psychopath. And word is, he picked a fight with the Pikes in Mira.
Thanks. That helps.
You won't thank me after you meet Surat.
You're behind on taxes, citizen.
ND5. I'm seeing a lot of Imperials here.
Worry more about the threats you don't see.
So my first objective here is to get the Highroller side quest. To do that, though, I have to initiate with this bartender to push the main story forward. Once I talk to that bartender, it unlocks the ability to listen to these Sabacc players, which will unlock the Highroller quest chain.
Oh, yeah, that could work.
Consider it an investment. Watch yourself in there.
Come on, I'm pretty good.
Now, since I'm already here and I'm never going to come back to this cantina for the rest of the run, I'm going to go ahead and go down and complete the next part of the main storyline.
Hey, just need to see Surat.
Sure. Good luck.
All right, so with that complete, now I'm going to head over and finish up the parts on Akiva for Lando. And then after that, I'm going to head over and get the gear that I need before I continue.
He's working at an Imperial research base.
He's Empire. We should call this off.
Kadik didn't get a choice. It was prison or enlist.
Anything else we should know?
He's also made some enemies on Akiva, but I'll take care of it.
Not you.
Why not? How many credits?
No.
Oh, he's also made some enemies on Akiva, but... He's also made some enemies on Akiva, but I'll take care of it.
Make sure you do, Kay, because this has already cost me enough.
For record, this is a terrible idea.
So everything that I've been collecting up to this point was to guarantee that I get enough money to get all of the things that I need to get. Now what I need to get here is I need to get 2 pieces of gear. I'm going to get a chest piece and a leg piece. And then I also need 100 credits to get a charm. So the gear pieces I'm going to get are going to be off of this guy. I'm going to go ahead and sell everything that I don't need. I'm going to go ahead and pick up these 2 gear pieces. And then I'm going to run over, and this is something that I actually took out of the run. I did it, I guess, off muscle memory. This is part of the Jet Kordo quest chain. I don't need this anymore. I took it out of the run. So you can kind of ignore that if you're copying what I'm doing. Don't buy that thing. But we do want to buy the stuff from her. And so once we give her 100 credits, she's going to give me the Weathered Seashell Charm. This charm is the most important charm in the entire game. Because when you are sprinting or sliding, it reduces the chance that enemies have of hitting you with blaster fire. Without this charm, this run is impossible to no damage. I'm going to say that again. Without that charm, it is impossible to no damage this run.
All right, let's go.
So now that I have everything I need, I'm going to go ahead and head over to Kijimi to finish out the next part of the Highroller quest chain to, work on getting that heavy module for the blaster.
Inputting hyperdrive coordinates.
Let's go. Hey, look, buddy, I was thinking. You don't want to be here. I don't need a babysitter. Why don't I just drop you off somewhere until we're good to do the job?
I do not think that is what Jalen had in mind.
So, just tell him you're still here.
I am sensing that you are attempting to cross Jalen. Should I call him?
No. Never mind.
All right, so as soon as I get to Kijimi, I want to make sure that I go under the normal route that I believe the developers intended to take, which is straight through the path that's clear and visible. The reason for this is because as you go through, there's an event that I'm pretty sure always happens, or at least every time I've played the game it happens, where you'll get a bunch of pirates that'll swarm you and start attacking you. At this point in the game, I have no upgrades for the ship, and at the state the ship is in, it's basically a piece of paper. It's very easy to go through there and just get incredibly destroyed. So going under the area will allow me to bypass that entire event, so I don't have to worry about potentially getting the ship destroyed. Because again, even though I can't avoid damage in the ship, if I die in the ship, that would count against me and I'd have to restart the entire game.
The best safecracker in the Outer Rim. We're not getting into Sliro's vault without her. She's also drowning in debt to the Ishiga.
Maybe she should think about cracking some safes.
We've got a welcoming committee.
Welcoming committee. Thoughtful of you.
That wasn't me. Watch your back, Kay.
I'm heading out.
Fine.
Hey there, I'm Cave.
Alright, so my first objective here is not to do any of the main story stuff on Kijimi. It's simply to go up towards where Crimson Dawn has their area at and to do the stuff I need to do for Lando. Unfortunately, this is another area where muscle memory gets the better of me, and I was doing some old stuff that I ended up cutting. And the first time that I cut it was this run. This was supposed to be the like the test run of dropping all of this stuff that I was doing before with the Jet Kordo Legacy questline. So I am going to talk to these guys here. This does not need to happen. This is for Jet Kordo. So if you end up copying my route, or if anyone watching this is trying to replicate it, this section right here you wouldn't need to do. However, you still would want to come up here to unlock fast travel, because I'm going to use this fast travel spot a few times later when I come back to Kijimi. And I'm also going to need to get in to the restricted area here to do the Lando stuff.
That's gotta be the table.
Hear about Shelzak?
Can I sit in?
So there's a couple of things I want to talk to when it comes to Sabacc. First and foremost, the very first time you play Sabacc, no matter where you play it, is going to happen in the exact same way every single time for the first 3 rounds. And the reason for that is because the game is trying to teach you the different mechanics and the different cards. So I take full use of that in this Sabacc game. So the first 3 rounds that you're going to see here are predetermined. I know exactly what all of the opponents are going to have. I know exactly what I'm going to draw, and I know exactly what I need to do. However, when it gets to round 4 can go one of 2 ways, and you'll see it here shortly. But in round 4, you can either draw, eventually, I can end up drawing either an imposter card or a 1. If I draw a 1, then I'm automatically guaranteed to win, and that will happen the same way every single time in round 4 if I draw a 1. However, if I draw an imposter, then I'm basically at the mercy of RNG because I don't know what dice I'm actually going to roll. And that's what ends up happening here on this run. I get to round 4, I don't end up drawing a 1. I end up drawing an imposter. I throw the imposter card down, I roll the dice, and I end up getting a bad dice roll, which forces it to go into more rounds. Once you get forced into those other rounds, at that point, it's just, do you know how to play Sabacc? Do you understand how to manipulate the cards and do the different mechanics to win the match? So the majority of the time that you do this Sabacc game, the very first time you do a Sabacc game, it's going to result in you basically winning at round 4 unless you just get really, really bad luck, which is what happens to me on this run.
I stand. I've got a roll. Sabacc. You heard the droid. Let's see. Pass. Cylops of easy. All right. Deal with this. Come on. Something good. Imposter here. Yes. That one is mine. New card. Something good. All right. I've got a roll. Oh. Passing. Yes. Pass. Psylop Savak. You heard the droid. Looks like I win. Oh, don't feel bad. I'm really good at this. Oh.
All right, so now that I've completed what I need to do for Lando here on Kijimi, there's one more thing I want to take care of. I need to go up to the cantina, and I need to talk to the bartender to push the main story forward, similar to like Akiva. That way I have access to another dialogue option, which will allow me to open up the quest chain for the mercenary and for the mercenary's ability set. I'm gonna need to unlock the base level ability that you get when you complete the main quest line for the mercenary for quite a few areas later on in the run. It also makes just like the overall run easier because you gain access to more weapons and you gain access to more weapon drops off of enemies that you kill. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and then after this, I'm going to go ahead and head out.
I think I'm gonna have to break her out.
If they catch you, They'll lock you up as well.
You got any better ideas?
No. Find the factory schematics first. Slice into a terminal in their district and see what you can learn.
Come on, Nix. Hey, weird question. Crimson Dawn seems to have eyes and ears everywhere. You think they could be listening to me, Andy? Are you Rooster? Crimson Dawn seems to have eyes and ears everywhere. You think they could... ND, there's an asteroid field in this system, right?
It's on a smuggling route through the nebula. Why?
I think there's something worth looking for out there. Crimson Dawn seems to have eyes and ears everywhere.
Oh, they are. But don't worry. Nothing you say is important.
Wow. Okay.
You need to come with us for questioning. Bounty hunt.
Hey, did you mention, Okay, here we go.
All right, so for this mission, you know, again, kind of going back to what I said earlier when I arrived at Kijimi, you know, the ship is kind of a glass cannon. Oh, well, I guess it's not a glass cannon. That would imply it's powerful. But it can get shredded very easily. So what I like to do is I like to approach this rock face here, and I like to circle around it. What this ends up doing is it ends up taking the enemy that's behind me and forces the enemy behind me to basically track me, and it tracks me into the rock face, which explodes it essentially. So right after I do that, I get the one that's off of me dealt with, and then I can just grab the crate and get out of the area. And it doesn't work every time. It's not a guarantee that that always happens, but the vast majority of the time that I do this, the one that gets locked onto me and is following me will impact the rock face, explode, and then I'm able to get out pretty much without any risk or too much combat. So now that that's done, I'm just going to wait for this conversation with Rooster to get done, and then I'm going to head back to Akiva.
Hyperdrive coordinates.
Punch it.
So as I arrive back into Akiva orbit, I'm going to get approached by the Empire, and you have to come into Akiva this way. I did do some testing where I just fast traveled directly to the planet and then left the planet and flew in from the planet towards this location. When you do that, for whatever reason, the game gets really buggy. And it's very easy for the Empire to then destroy your ship. Doing it this way will allow me, after the conversation, for me to just boost immediately. And generally, I'll lose them before they get too many shots on me. Once in a while, you'll get it where they just stay locked on you, and it looks like you're going to die. But once you get far enough out, they'll just fall off of you. And and then you'll get the dialogue and everything with Lando to go to Akiva and complete the mission.
Lando, you want to tell me what's so important about this thing?
Can you keep a secret?
Would you have hired me if I couldn't?
That token is actually a data card. Sabacc games are just a way to camouflage the handoff. I lose it, my friend in the Dawn fills it with intel, and then my new friend wins it back.
Oh, we're friends now? Smart plan.
It was, but someone tipped off the Empire. Meet me in the jungle. It's safer.
See you there. I'm heading out.
Fine.
Hold on, Nix. That's the only red tree I've seen on the planet. Wonder why. Hey, and Hive. Sarat mentioned the Deep might have problems with the huts on Akiva. Any idea why?
I'm seeing a lot of chatter about the Empire decimating the syndicates here. Perhaps your friend is involved.
Huh, that really doesn't sound like a Deep.
Should be seeing a bridge up ahead, Vess. Cross it.
Where was it? Huh, that really doesn't sound like a Deep.
The Empire changes people, Carrie.
Take your next left. All right, my people are just ahead.
People?
All right. So as I enter this area, there's going to be combat going on between the rebels and the Empire. There's going to be 2 probe droids here. I don't really need to engage them. The rebels will take care of them without my help, but it just kind of helps push it forward. So once both of the probe droids are dead, I can move forward. I can engage in this conversation. As soon as I come out of this conversation, I need to quickly move to the left and set up on these crates. I'm going to go ahead and grab the blaster rifle. And then I'm going to have 4 enemies to deal with. For the most part, these enemies can be dealt with using the explosives. However, it's not a guarantee that the explosives will actually hit all of them. But regardless, I basically just need to stay in this position and take out the 4 enemies before moving on.
They're trying to flank us. Get to the other side.
Grab the blaster, Nix.
So I'm going to have Nix grab this blaster and move it essentially up to the location where I'm going to stage at for the remaining of this this mission. So as I approach the corner here, I want to make sure that I'm all the way up against this rock face, and I want to take out these stormtroopers one at a time using a pie method.
Stormtroopers coming. Don't
Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of area to move around, so the normal strategy of shoot, move to another location behind cover, and then re-engage and kind of do that back and forth isn't going to work here. So I have to basically take shots behind this one little piece of cover, and if I do need to relocate, I'm going to have to relocate back to that rock face I started at.
Grab the blaster, Nix.
Fire! Destroy them! Fire at will!
Go! Go!
Everyone.
So once the reinforcements come out of the cave area, there should only be a couple more stormtroopers down in the valley there. So once I'm confident that there's no more pushing up the hill, I'm going to leave this position. I'm going to head down there and take them out.
That was the last of them. Now, where's Lando?
Good work. Now let's make ourselves scarce, huh?
Droidsmith have experience with TT-8L gatekeepers?
Sure. I mean, a droid's a droid, right?
Hardly.
So up at the top of the hill here, I'm going to take a slight detour into Sasheen, and that's just to unlock the fast travel. Later on in the main mission for Akiva, I'll need to come here. Indy 5 will ask us to meet him here. It's easier just to go ahead and unlock this now. That way later on I can just fast travel to it, and I don't need to take the time to ride the speeder all the way over here. This will also allow me to upgrade my plasma module for the blaster to the heavy, which is the whole reason that I just did the Lando Highroller side quest.
Let's drive.
Kay, is the climate affecting your speeder?
Seems good. I kind of like a little rain.
People from desert worlds often find the amount of moisture on Akiva unsettling.
Good to know. I don't mind it.
You'll reconsider after it's rained.
All right. So as I approach the Imperial outpost here, the way that I'm going to enter this is the way that you're meant to leave it. And in fact, the developers code it so that you cannot climb down the cliff ledge. However, they don't stop you from using the speeder. So I'm going to use the speeder to jump over this ledge so that I don't take damage. Otherwise, if you try to go down that, you'll end up taking damage because you can't climb down it, like I said. So I am able to swing across here. Again, I don't get a whole lot of momentum because you're not meant to be able to go backwards in this fashion. And the way that I actually get into the compound is to just run forward and fall like with the momentum into this area. Now this box that I'm opening is going to be one of the 3 boxes I need for the prerequisite for light-footed. I'm going to move up and around here. Just from experience, I know that that patrol is always going to be in that position once I get to where I was. So I'm going to move around. I'm going to take this guy out. And then one of the other prerequisites for light-footed is you have to do a melee takedown on an Imperial officer. So I'm going to send Nyx onto the officer so that I can stun the Stormtrooper, which will then guarantee that I'm able to do the melee takedown on the Imperial officer for that requirement on light-footed. I want to make sure that I take out the 2 troopers here. I don't have to necessarily, but it just makes it a little bit safer. And that's simply because of the camera. You can run up against the wall, but sometimes it'll see you, so it's not 100% consistent. So if I remember correctly in this next section, or in this next room, I end up making a mistake simply because I don't see the droid. So the way the strategy goes is I run in here and I shoot the Imperial officer at the back of the room. However, I didn't see the droid and the shot impacted with the droid and not the officer. So everything you're seeing right now is just me playing the game. There is no strategy at this point. Everything kind of went to shit and I just had to just deal with the situation as it was. But the normal strategy there would be to stun the officer, and then I would go to the left, which I did, take down that guy, which would give me a stun shot back, and then I could go over and take down the other guy, either via stun shot or melee takedown.
I hope Kadik's close.
So I'm going to open this box simply because this will be 3 of 3, and that will complete all the prerequisites for light-footed. So at this point, now that I have light-footed and I have the gear that I have on, I can no longer be heard by anything in the game, even if I'm right next to them. So at this point, I now have many more options available to me in how I move around these areas. And essentially what you're going to see is I'm going to start moving very, very quickly through areas for the rest of the game, because now I have the ability to do that without being heard. So as I drop down into this room, we're going to wait for the cutscene to end. And then what I need to do is I need to swap over to the ion module. And I want to shoot... It's kind of hard to... Like the head of the turret. So the part that's hanging down the furthest from the thing that's in the middle. What that allows me to do is CC it. And so while it's stunned, I'll actually be able to move forward. Once I get about to where it is, I want to do it again. And then I want to move behind this stack of materials. I'm going to send Nyx in, and then I'm going to CC it again. What this will allow me to do is by the time Nyx gets the door open, I'll be free to run. I won't have to worry about the turret.
Nyx, do your thing. That's it, Nyx. That did it. I hope. Okay, come on, Nyx. We want that turbo lift. Okay, could you better be close.
There's a turbo lift that will take you to an auxiliary exit.
You're not coming with me?
I can still use my credentials to get out. Now there's just one little, Viper droid problem to take care of before we leave on this job of yours.
Does it have anything to do with why the Hutts want you dead?
Let's just save the details until we've both made it out safe, okay? The garrison is gonna do a full security sweep. Okay, I've unlocked the rear access hatch. Get yourself out of here.
For the next room of enemies, I'm going to use my stun shot to take out the stormtrooper that's up on the high ground here. And that's simply because once I go loud and they know that I'm here, there's going to be 2 more that get called into this high ground only after that guy is defeated. So I want them to get called in now so that I can use the explosive barrel up there to take them out. If I need to. Usually I can just shoot them, but if for whatever reason they stray too far to the left, I'll be able to use that explosive barrel to take them out. This is really just kind of going in and pieing the corner and just one at a time taking these enemies out. Not a whole lot to this strategy, honestly. So I want to make sure that I cover down on the right side of the door here as I open it, just so I don't get spotted by the stormtroopers that are patrolling around. Once those 2 stormtroopers start to move forward, I want to make sure that I quickly get to the officer, take him out, and then get in position on the left side where this explosive barrel's at. Once I see that they're walking to the right and that they're not kind of hung up and turning around, I can sneak past and then be out of the room. For this set, I'm just going to send Nyx on one. I'm going to stun the other. I'll go and melee the one that Nyx is on, and I'll get my stun shot back. So the timing on this strategy is a little difficult. You want Nyx to open the door, and you want to wait until this heavy is far enough. I shot a little bit too early there, so he was out of range. If that happens, it's okay. I just have to wait for the heavy to come into this hallway. And then I'll just use the ion cell to break his shield, stun him, and then I can go melee him.
Good work, buddy.
Look out!
Get him, Nix.
So once he's taken out, I can just move up to where the door panel is. I just want to make sure that the enemies haven't spawned yet. So I'm going to open the door. They haven't spawned, so I know I didn't hit their trigger. So I'm going to move up to the door now. I'm going to cover down on the right side, open the door. I'll hit the trigger. They'll spawn in, and then I'm able to stun shot one, and then I'll be able to use Nix to go get the other, and then I can go do a takedown.
Go get him, buddy.
And if you haven't noticed, this is the area that I came into at the very beginning, so I'm just going to leave out the exact same way I came in.
Oh, so this is the back way, huh? Nice view. ND5, I found Gadik and he's in.
Good. Healing spice has been delivered to Sarat. I advise that you find out why the syndicates are after your friend, and then fix it.
Oh, I'm gonna find out. He's always had a talent for getting himself into trouble.
I am in no way surprised.
Now, before I head to Sashin, I'm actually going to go down the road here to my right and follow it all the way down to the fast travel point down here to unlock it. Because once I get to Sashin and I talk to ND5, that's going to force me to go on to the quest for Temin. And one of the very first things I'm going to have to do after I get the intel on Temin is go right back to the area that is literally right at this fast travel point. So I'm going to go down here and get this fast travel point, then go to Sashin. That way I can just come back easily and do the mission for Temin.
Hey, ND5. All right, what have you got for me? Oh, it fits. Let's just... All right, Gadik, how do we fix this droid problem?
Can your speeder go over water?
If it's shallow...
We gotta deal with that first. My friend Temin Wexley can get you a hydro repulsor. He's got some family in Sashin village. Ask around there.
No one in town. Did you say Temin? I'm looking...
Okay, so once I'm loaded in, I want to run all the way to the other side. I want to make sure I've got my stun shot out. And there's going to be an enemy that's up this path that starts to patrol down towards me. So I just want to get his attention, get him to walk towards me, and then I'm going to take him out with stun shot. I then quickly want to move to the other side. I want to get into this tall grass, whistle, and that'll pull the enemy that was right up there at the ledge down into the grass. That'll allow me to take him out and get my stun shot back. So now that I have my stun shot, I want to move back to the other side to engage the enemy that's patrolling in the back right of the area. Now, for whatever reason, even though the two enemies to my left can't see me take out this enemy, as soon as I take out this enemy, the droid will be alerted and will start to wander around and look for me as a threat. So I'm going to send Nix to the guy, and then I'm going to take out the droid with the ion cell. Then I can move up and melee take down the final guy.
Thanks, Nix.
Look, if you're here with me off, Strat's guy's already cleaned me out.
It's okay.
Surratt's shuttle's gonna be somewhere out on the lake. Good luck, Kate.
Whew, this thing works great, huh, Nick? I just hope it doesn't give out over the lake. Where's that shuttle? I need to get a better look. So, Kijimi, why do the syndicates want you dead anyway?
My research. I sort of invented a new kind of Viper droid for the Empire. It's faster, smarter, and can hunt in packs.
What? Why would you build that?
I didn't go to a core world academy like the rest of these people. I had to prove myself. I just proved myself a little too well. Now my weapon is loose and I'm at the top of everyone's hit list.
But, Kijimi, I got a ship. I got a job. We could just go.
It's not just the syndicates. It's killing good people. I cannot leave things like this.
Okay.
So once I swing over, I want to hold right here and just wait for the enemy to come into my view. So you can kind of see their silhouette in the back there. And there's also one down to my right. You can see the Nyx icon on. I want to wait until the guy closest to me starts to move away before I do the stun shot on that enemy. Then I'm going to move to this location and just wait for this enemy to become visible to me. And then I'm going to do a drop takedown on top of them. So with that guy down, there's only one left. I want to make sure I use Nyx's vision so I can get the icon to send him in to attack. And then I can execute the takedown.
Dang ferret, the shuttle's getting away. We've got to go after it. Ready to go? Temid? The speeder's making a weird sound.
You're gonna have to move fast.
Oh, come on. We're all right. You can make it a little bit further. ND, I'm tailing a cargo shuttle leaving the lake. Any idea where it's going?
I have it. It's on a landing pad inland.
Temid? Something just clanged, like really clanged.
That was the hydro repulsor slipping its alignment. You need to stay off the water until I get it fixed.
Almost at the shuttle. What do these Durasteel struts look like?
Do you know what a regular strut looks like?
Yeah?
Like that, but Durasteel.
Alright, so as I enter this area, I want to make sure I have my stun shot available. I'm going to go into the tall grass, and I need to pull the attention of the enemy closest to me into the tall grass. That way I can get behind and I can stun shot the enemy behind him. Now I'll whistle again to pull him over to this area. And then as he comes into where I was, I'll move in behind him and take him out. I'll have my stun shot recharged now. So I'm going to move forward to this shrub or plant that's beside this cliff. I'm going to hang out right here, and right basically where I'm pointing the blaster, I'll have another enemy come and stop. Once they stop, I'll take the shot with the stun. So I want to swing back around now and stop just short of this broken part of this cliff. And once I see that this enemy is turned away and is walking away from me, I can climb up and take him out. Now I want to swing over and I want to take out the beast handler or whatever they're called. And then once I take that handler out, I can go loud on the dog And that'll keep me from getting a reputation drop from the Hutt cartel.
Temin, I found your struts.
That's incredible. Think you can make it back to Mira?
Yeah, no problem. I'll meet you at the speeder dock. This speeder mod had better be worth it.
You can't do anything about my Viper droids if you can't even get around the planet. Trust me, it's necessary.
Temin, I've got the parts.
All done. It's no bala bala, but it'll get you where you need to go.
So now that I have access to Temin's ability set, I want to go get the charge emitter, which is part of what I need for the ability I had mentioned earlier on in the run, which is the shock prod that allows you to take down elite enemies. I absolutely want to have this ability unlocked before by the time I go to Tatooine. I guess truthfully, I don't need it as soon as I get to Tatooine. I need it specifically before I start the partner's main quest on Tatooine. So I'm going to go ahead and get the charge emitter now so that by the time I get to that partner's quest chain, I'll already have the ability unlocked and I'll be good to go.
I've got friends in the jungle who might be able to help.
What kind of friends are we talking about?
The reliable kind. I'll send you the coordinates when I head to the Imperial base. My credentials are in Burns, so I should be good on my own.
Okay. How's it going with your Droidsmith?
Great. Good. Pretty good.
Right. Well, if you need some extra help, I've sent something to the Trailblazer.
Thanks, Jalen.
So for the excavation site, this area is very consistent from a strategy perspective. So everything you see here is what happens 99.9% of the time. I'm going to go to the edge here and I'm going to shoot this first technician. I'm going to swing across. I'm going to take out the first stormtrooper to get my stun shot back. Then I'm going to use that stun shot to take out the next technician. And then take down this stormtrooper to get the stun shot back. And then I'm going to move down into the right here. And I'm going to take out the stormtrooper that's all the way in the back. And then move down and take out this one to get my stun shot back. Now, once I take out this enemy, I need to make sure that I'm crouched. Because there's a patrol that's going to be moving this way to my left. And I don't want them to see me. And all I need to do now is just get inside of this tent. There is going to be one enemy in here. Right now, he's right there to my left. So I'm not too worried about him. He should stay there while I open this chest. And then as I'm going out, as long as he's not moving, I'm good to just walk out. And so now I'm just going to keep rolling all the way to the wall here. And then I'll climb up and then just head out of the area. And like I said, this is a very consistent area. I'm using this strategy. So if you're doing this yourself, you should have really good success with that.
Hold tight. All right, so the Viper quest. This is one of the 4 parts that I had mentioned earlier that's very, very difficult to get through without taking damage.
So there's not a whole lot you can do here from a strategy standpoint, other than execute what I'm about to do very, very, very quickly. So I'm going to try to narrate it. Hopefully I don't miss any of it. So as soon as I have control of K, I want to start shooting it with the Ion Blaster. 2 times to stun it, then I want to move behind this rock face, crouch down, and then throw a grenade. The grenade will make it kind of drop its shield and kind of look at the grenade. While that's happening, I'm going to take the opportunity to stun it and move to this location. From this location, I'll be able to use a left corner cover to swap my aim. And then I'm just going to sit here and shoot it nonstop whenever I have the opportunity to. Once Kay says that voice line, I want to move back. These rebels will come in and spawn. And then I want the rebels to go forward and take all of the attention from the probe droids.
What is Kadik thinking?
So right now, I'm just waiting for the rebels to be taking all of their attention so that they're not looking at me as I peek out and start to destroy them. Once I destroy all 3 of these, the Viper droid is going to come back into the area accompanied by 2 more probe droids. And so I want to take the probe droids out first before dealing with the Viper droid. Now all of the rebels in this part of this mission are completely invulnerable. So they can't be killed, so I can allow the Viper droid and the probe droids to just shoot them as much as I need. So there's no time limit here. It's just very technical because if you get one of the droids on you and they start firing in this direction, you basically have to line of sight it. That was a mistake. I pushed the wrong button. You basically just have to line of sight, because if you try to poke back out while they're actively shooting this angle, you'll likely take damage.
To your west. If you keep heading that way, you should eventually find it.
Got it. Be there soon. Hold on, Nix.
Kay, I have a personal question.
Oh, all right, sure.
What is the significance of the casino chip you carry? My assumption is you don't intend to gamble with it.
It's the last thing my mother left me when I was a kid. A reminder. At the end of the day, it's just me and Nix.
I see. That was all?
Yeah. Okay.
We're ready to launch our assault. Are you in position?
Not yet.
We'll get a move on. And don't raise any alarms in that base. We need the element of surprise. Typhoon Squadron out.
Typhoon Squad? You gotta be kidding me. And D, there's this weird cliff.
I assume you're talking about the Witch's Finger. It has several local legends associated with it.
So as soon as I swing over here, I want to make sure that I'm crouched down, because more than likely this patrol is going to be turning around. Once they turn around, I'm able to move forward, do a stun shot on the stormtrooper in the back, take down this technician to get my stun shot back, and then I can move for the elevator.
Think you can hold that open for me? Kadik. I'm in.
Okay. Follow the tunnel. It'll lead you to the listening post where the base defense grid is. We need to shut it down before the attack.
As I enter this next room, I'm going to have two officers here. I'm just going to send Nyx on one, I'm going to stun the other, and then go take down the one that Nyx is on. I want to move quickly into cover here, and I want to take out this stormtrooper and then roll all the way down to the other side. You don't want to stand up here and run because the stormtroopers that are looking this way in the back would see you. But once I get in this position, I can run, and then once I get here, I'm going to cover down on these boxes and send Nyx to distract the stormtrooper close to the box I'm on so that I can execute a corner takedown on him.
One of my squad mates saw a step the other day and I was
As I enter this room, I want to go over here and I want to whistle just to pull the stormtrooper away from where he's standing. The way Nyx works when you try to distract someone is it will always go to the closest person. So I need to pull the stormtrooper out to make him the closest person. Once I can get the stormtrooper distracted over in this side, I can go ahead and stun shot him, and then I can move in and take out this technician to get my stun shot back.
I'm at the listening post, I think.
All right.
So in this room, you're going to see the huge benefit of the gear set that I have, being able just to run from person to person to person and take them out quickly. And that really is the strategy here, is just running around taking these guys out.
The entire village if you have to.
Patrol, report in. Over.
It's down.
All right. I already used my credentials to get inside. You should be able to get to me now.
I'm almost there. Where are you?
In a maintenance room outside the Viper droid lab. Hurry up before someone notices.
Good, you made it.
So as I move into the room here, it's going to be more of the same. Specifically though, I need to stun shot the guy that's in the back at the railing. So I'm going to take this enemy out. I'm going to stun shot him. And then the remaining two enemies, I can just run up and take them down. So once the room's clear, I'm going to go ahead and prep for the next combat section. There's going to be 3 blasters in this area that I'm able to pick up. So I'm just going to pick them up and stage them over by the cover that I'm going to be at, and that I'll be moving back and forth to, so that I have weapons available to fight the stormtroopers that are going to be coming in. As far as the strategy goes here, there's really nothing to talk to. It's just going to be more of the same. Shoot, move, etc.
Field's down.
I think your friends are here.
I'm in the system. Keep those stormtroopers off me.
Okay, they got backup. Hey, Indy, I'm gonna need some backup down here.
Where are you? I hear blaster fire.
Yeah, I'm in a hidden Imperial base in a canyon in the jungle. Just look for the explosions, okay?
This is the last time we hire one of your contacts. Okay, I'm here, but I can't get in.
All right, let me get that door open.
So as I go to the next terminal, I want to make sure that I have at least one blaster up there. For whatever reason, I didn't see the one that was already up here by the dead body. So I had Nyx pull it up here. But you definitely want to make sure that you have a blaster, not the sniper rifle, a blaster before you start this. Because right after I do this, we're going to have our very first Death Trooper that's going to be running after Indy 5. I want to take that guy out quickly, and then I'll have 2 stormtroopers coming from the right side. So once I'm done with the cutscenes here, I want to grab a blaster rifle for Kay, and then I want Nyx to grab one as well.
Someone has to hang back with me while I wipe all this data.
I'll do it. Kay, get that Viper droid to the hangar.
I tried picking this one up, and I guess it was just stuck in the door. So I'm going to go grab this one, and I'll let Nyx use the one that I had down there. So I'm going to have Nyx grab this thing, and basically Nyx is just going to carry this thing all the way to the next combat section for me.
Don't worry, I sealed the door. Get to the hangar.
So I'm going to have Nyx grab the blaster, and then as I move into this hallway, I'm going to get pulled into a cutscene, and Kay's going to throw her blaster down.
Huh, not bad, Gadik.
Coming out of this cutscene, I'm going to turn back around and pick up my blaster, and then have Nyx pick up his. And then run all the way to the end of the hallway here. As long as I don't stop moving, Nyx won't drop the blaster. So I want to stop right here, and so I've got the blaster, Nyx left me, and then the one that I have in my hand, which should be enough to deal with almost every stormtrooper that's in this hangar. And really the strategy, as you see, it's just using the corner as cover and just pieing the corner and just taking out one enemy at a time as I can see them, prioritizing right to left.
You ready?
Wiped everything I could find.
Now, as soon as I have control of the ship, we're going to get a wanted level from the Empire. I want to immediately turn to the right and start moving forward. And as soon as the dialogue ends, I'll have the ability to jump into hyperspace. I'm going to jump into hyperspace and go to Tatooine.
Spooling the hyperdrive.
Time to jump.
Stop. Do not pod that. No.
Whoa, are those pike ships?
And Huns. The Pikes have been muscling in on their territory. Looks like tensions are boiling over.
You know, it'd be nice to visit a planet that isn't a war zone once in a while. for?
Name's Haas, our heavy. Heard he once took out 2 Imperial squads using nothing but their own weapons.
I like this guy.
I cannot confirm the validity of that story.
He's a legend with a blaster ND, and we need him if we want any chance of getting out of Spiro's vault alive.
Haas was recently arrested by a small-time sheriff for looting vaporators. Not very legendary.
With his rep, he probably planned it.
Possible.
What, you don't trust Jalen's people?
I don't trust anyone.
Ah, not even me? That's fair. Gonna head out.
Very well. There are some items waiting for you.
Hang on. Right.
So now that I'm on Tatooine, the first thing that I want to do is I want to complete the quest for the mercenary so that I can unlock that ability to use other weapons and heavy weapons. So that's what I'm going to go do now.
Set up. You close?
Almost there.
Good. Because I've got a nice little surprise ready for the imps.
Are you sure this is the best way to become proficient with heavy weaponry?
Hey, you were the one who told me to look for her.
Yes. I've done many here.
What's the plan?
We're blowing up the convoy.
Yes. I've done many irresponsible things lately.
You ever fired a Z6 before?
We, didn't have a lot.
So this combat encounter is fairly straightforward. So for the first part, I need to pick up the cannon and I need to shoot it. I'm only going to shoot like 1 or 2 shots out of it because I don't want to waste the ammo. Then what I need to do is I need to get to the middle and I need to drop it on the ground before I get pulled in the cutscene. If I get pulled into the cutscene while holding that, it will disappear and I won't be able to use it.
Just a few plasma crackers I had stashed away. Never thought I'd have to use them. All right, now we wait.
So this encounter, this combat encounter happens in 3 parts. So for the first part, I'm basically going to move over to where kind of Rooster was a second ago. I'm just going to hold right here, and as the enemies come out of their transport, I'm just going to take them all out.
That'll get the blood pumping. Got him.
All right, so I want to quickly move to the backside here. There's going to be a scout coming on a speeder. I'm going to grab the original gun I had just to locate it over here, because I'm going to end up probably using both of them. I'm going to take out the scout, and then I'm going to wait for the transport to come in, and then go ahead and take all these enemies out. Now, because of my position relative to how they come in, it's very easy to run out of ammo, which is why I have 2 cannons over here. And so since I run out of ammo, I just go ahead and use adrenaline. There's only 2 left, and it's the easiest way to guarantee I don't take damage there. If I was to try to pick up the other cannon while they were still looking at me, I could potentially take damage. So I'm going to grab the cannon, bring it over here, drop it, engage the scout, pick the cannon back up, and prepare for the final, well, it's not the final transport, but the final section, which is this section of enemies. All right, so that'll take care of those. And now I just need to quickly move over, grab another one, and prepare for the final transport.
Not again!
After her! Fire at will! Take control of the area!
Good shooting. I think that's all of them. Let's see if Rooster got her stuff. All there?
So once I come out of this cutscene, I'm going to go ahead and run to the left. I'm going to call in my speeder, and then I'm going to head to Bastine. The reason for that is I'm already over here, and I'm going to have to go there anyways later on in the main quest chain for Tatooine. So it's easier just to go ahead and unlock the fast travel. That way, once it's time for me to go over there, I can just quickly fast travel to the city and then head over to the objective.
For him, Nix. Okay, it's hot, huh, Nix?
You've got some items that have arrived for you, Kay.
Understood.
So I want to make sure that I go ahead and build the surge configuration for the Ion module. This configuration is so overpowered, it's insane. You'll see that much later in the run, like towards the end of it. But it is very powerful, and I highly suggest running it if you're playing the game.
I've put us down near where Haas was arrested. Should be able to find the sheriff. Cut a deal.
Great. Is the town supposed to be this empty?
Don't know.
You look lost.
So coming out of the cutscene here with the sheriff, I'm going to be able to move my camera, but I won't be able to move. I can kind of get around this by just angling the camera in the direction I want to go and then using the dodge button. I want to get behind this object and wait for the enemies to come out into the open. Once they come out into the open, I can step out, use adrenaline, and then take them both out.
You get used to it. Let's talk in my office. Follow me.
You deal with that a lot around here?
Any excuse the Huts can get, they come after us.
Oh, well, good thing you're here then.
I do what I can. So,
ND5, Haas escaped. The sheriff said to try a nearby, moisture farm.
Let me check. Yes, there's one nearby. I'll send you the coordinates.
So I'm going to approach the objective from the back side because there are enemies on the front side of the building. And this will allow me just to get to where I need to drop down into the building without pulling anyone into combat with me.
Haas! You here? Just want to talk. Think you can hold that open for me? Power's back. Hey, ND. All right, let's hear it. Yes. Got it. All right, let's see if this transponder actually works. Hey, ND5, is this, a normal endgame for people like us? Hiding on some desolate rock, stealing from small towns to survive?
If you have a death mark or two, which Haas most certainly does,
get her!
You either die or disappear.
So his plan was just to...
Perhaps. It seems to not have enough credits to disappear comfortably.
Yeah, guess he's desperate. That could be good for us, though. No Haas. He's gotta be close. Nix, I think we're being watched.
As I hit the bottom of this slide, I'm going to call in my speeder, and then I want to move kind of like in a circle fashion, like clockwise around the area towards the objective. The reason for that is if you, from right there, if you go straight to the objective, there are 2 pirates or bandits sitting on the right side on speeders, and I just don't want to have to deal with them. So if you go around and just kind of give them a wide berth to the objective, then you can just bypass them as I did, and you don't have to worry about them. As I move forward here, I'm going to have 2 massives that I have to take out. It's fairly simple. Just shoot them with the blaster. If for whatever reason they start running at me and they get too close, I just have to swap to the ion shotgun and just shoot them, and it will instantly stun them, which will allow me to reload my blaster, swap over, and then finish it off.
Andy 5, I might die in a cave.
Okay.
Don't you want to know why?
Because Hoss is in the cave.
Yeah, close enough.
So as I get to where those enemies just were, I want to hold short just for a second, let them go ahead, and then I want to cross over. Now once I cross over and I come to this gap in the wall, I want to wait until they're in front of me. If I try to move too early there, there's a large chance that they spot me out and everyone goes into alert. Let's swap to ion cell. As this enemy rounds the corner, I'm going to take it out. And then because of the gear set, I'm able to just run straight to the guy that's up here on the ledge. Take him out. And then I can continue on.
Hello? You getting the pearl?
Yes. What is it, anyway?
Oh, it's this stone. It's pretty. You gotta kill a crate dragon to get one, which is no easy task. They tend to be worth a lot of money, but I mean, I'm worth more.
You're used to people walking out on you, huh?
No. Just seeing if a rookie needs a hand. And, the Tuscans are weighing their options over here. What'd you say your name was again?
Hey, Vess. Just tell them I'm working on it.
You got it, K-Bess. See you soon.
Ah, that must be it.
For this section, as soon as I come out of this forced camera pull from the game, I want to immediately start running to the right. I'm going to take out this enemy, and then I'm going to cross over to the other side via these rails that are on the wall. Now, as soon as I cross over, I want to quickly move to this enemy that's in front of me while looking down the hall to see where the other enemy is. So as I cross over, I realize he's looking away from this area. So I take this enemy out, and then as I come out, he starts walking away. So I go ahead and stun shot him, and then I can move over, melee take down this enemy, get my stun shot back, pick up all the stuff here, including the mission objective, and then I can move across to the exit. There is going to be an enemy here in front of the exit. They should never see me, but if they do, I've got stun shot and talk fast, so I'd be able to take care of them pretty easily, if I had to.
Ready to go?
To me, the odds of someone like you getting into Sliro's vault are 10,807 to 1. Why would you attempt that?
What do you think? No one was gonna make life easier for me and Nix. Gotta take what you want.
And what is that?
I want to not end up like Haas.
Help!
Look,
we're being hit by pirates. They came out of nowhere and we're outgunned.
Against people
Anybody,
like us.
Please.
The only way to survive is to be willing to risk everything.
So your plan is to run forever?
No. I don't know. It's better than dying, right?
I see.
Tatooine seems like a rough planet, 95.
You haven't seen how rough until you get to the spaceport town of Mos Eisley. Pirates there would blast you dead just for looking at them.
They just need to get to know me.
Well, you can ask around the cantina. The bartender might be able to make an introduction.
Pirate gunslingers, huh? Maybe they could teach me. Not here. Of course he's gonna make me wait. Pirate guns. Oh, come on. Where is the... Pirate gunslingers, huh? Maybe they could teach me a trick or two.
Posted here, but this is Jabba's planet.
Hey, there's some syndicate been asking around here about some death mark they're chasing.
You mean Zarek Vesh?
Yeah.
This Haas guy better be worth all this.
Roger that. I was on back duty last month. My armor still stinks.
Hey, did that treasure hunter ever come back?
Yeah, he stopped by a couple of days ago for water. Now he's gone again.
Hey, she's up!
I'm coming, Nix.
I can't get used to how bright this planet is. My eyes hurt.
Once the Empire sucks the planet dry of
Anyone can be a rebel.
Please be okay, buddy. I can't lose you.
You have been with Nix a long time, Kay.
Yes?
I know he is important to you.
Uh-huh. You got something to say?
No. I wanted to tell you, it is possible he will be okay.
Yeah, he will be. That's Jabba's palace? Oh, it's huge. Okay, just gotta get inside.
So something I want to mention as I make my way to Jabba's palace is that the recent 1.1.2 patch update to the game did something to this mission that breaks it. It doesn't break it in the traditional sense, like you can't get through it, but it duplicates enemies. So before the patch, this was just one enemy. Now it's two, and you're going to see that in multiple areas as I'm going through here, that on this lead up to entering Jabba's palace, there's going to be quite a few enemies that are duplicated. That does cause issues. So the normal strategies I had before the patch somewhat work, but I have to modify them. So the reason that I have to take out the enemy that was walking away is because I need to take out these enemies here. Before the patch, there used to be 2 enemies here. Now there's only 1, which helps. But on this side, there's now 2 enemies where there only used to be 1. You can see the one standing on the bridge that just saw me, and then the one that's standing on the bridge, which is the duplicate, that isn't moving. So because that exists, I have to basically either get the attention of this one, pull it all the way back and take it out, or if it doesn't see me and it turns around, then I can just run forward as I normally would. But essentially what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wait for this guy to come far enough away that no one else can see him get taken out, and then I'm just going to stun shot him. So I do need to stay crouched here. Normally I'd be able just to run forward, but because this enemy, the duplicate, is stuck on the bridge and standing there, I can't just run, otherwise it'll see me. So as I make my way up here, I want to make sure that I maintain the crouched position because there is a chance there could be enemies right there to my right. And the same thing here. And so once I get to the end, I'm able to basically see that the enemy that patrols around just arrived at the railing. So I know that it's safe to go over. Otherwise, you'd want to just wait there and wait for him to move into that position before you go across.
ND5, I found the back entrance. I'm going in.
And if you do not come out,
I will.
don't underestimate the Hutts, Kay.
Can't trip any alarms. I'm coming, buddy. Did they say Zarek Bash?
As I come down this set of stairs, I want to make sure that I'm crouched and up against the right side of the staircase. As soon as this enemy turns around and walks away, then I can run past. And now you'll see the power of the Electro-Shock prod in this upcoming section and why it's so important to have it, and it just makes so much of this stuff easier. So as I exit the vent, I'm going to run up, take this guy out, and then because I have that Electro-Shock prod, I'm able to take out this Gamorrean. So after he's down, I'll go to the right, There'll be another Gamorrean that'll walk out. I'll take him down as well. And then I'll have one final enemy. I don't technically have to deal with this enemy. I just feel like it makes it safer. And that'll be all the enemies that are up on this level. As I rope down to the next level, there'll be another Gamorrean right in front of me. So as soon as I'm at the bottom, I'm just going to run forward and take him out.
That strange reads that Lord Jabba Twama Kappa Tempa Cha Chompa His.
Takwa Chindolia Mapola Tasmaku.
Sakifo Kava Rika His. Zoom Uba.
Lokta Jabri Sankush Pache. Chimos no Papa Flita.
That guard has the key.
Once the patrol is far enough away from the guy standing here up against the panel, I'm going to go ahead and move up and take him out. And now at this point, I just want to stay behind these guys and move into the room and around the room to get to the other side. Once these two are far enough apart, I'll go ahead and take out the guy in front of me, and then I'll go take out the objective and get the key.
Tank Ferric. Would have been easier with Nyx. Where'd she go? I gotta find Nyx before she hurts him. Where are you, Nyx?
Kay, have you found him?
Not yet. This place is huge. What does Jabba even want with Nyx?
The calls are very rare, Kay, and Jabba is a collector. In my estimation, you'll find Nyx amongst his menagerie of creatures.
He better be okay. He has to be here.
As I exit the cage here, I want to slide into cover here so that I don't get seen by the two Gamorreans. As they turn away and look down the hall and start moving, I want to move to the next cover. Once this Gamorrean moving towards me turns to the left, I'm going to move forward and take him out. I'll then be able to interact with the switch, and then I can move up the rest of the area to the objective.
Nix? You here?
So as soon as I see Nyx, I'm going to move out into the open. I'm going to have my ions shot out. I'm going to stun both these Gamorreans and then just focus on shooting one of them until it's dead. Once it's dead, I'm going to swap back to Ion. And then once he's stunned, I can move in for a melee takedown. Now, right after this guy gets taken down, I need to go stun shot and stun shot the handler here. And then I can use adrenaline on the two massives.
Okay, let's get you out of there. Nyx, are you okay? I'm here. I'm here now. I know. Never gonna happen again, okay, buddy? Come on, let's get out of here. ND5? I got him.
Is he hurt?
No, I don't think so. Wait, were you worried about him?
Make your way out, quietly. If you're found, no one will be able to save you.
Okay.
So as soon as I come out of these cutscenes, I need to make sure that I have Ion Cell out and that I stun these dogs. The strategy here is basically to keep them stunned and then let Veil do the damage to the Massives to kill them. These Massives are a little bit different than the normal ones that you fight like out in the open world. They move much faster and they lunge from a further distance away to you, which makes it a little bit hard to gauge like your dodge roll to avoid the damage. So I find it's just easier just to keep them stunned and let Veil do all the damage, and then if you can do damage, you do it in between. So I'm going to run up, grab this blaster, take out the 3 enemies that move up into this location.
Good to know.
And then I'll move down and forward into the hallway, take cover right here on this wall, and take out the remaining enemies. For the droid, I can shoot it, but it's much easier to just use your ion shotgun and just shoot it one time and it'll explode. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the blaster rifle, finish the last guy off, and then move forward to take out the final 3 enemies.
Here, doing this the hard way.
Alright, so once those enemies are down, I'm going to drop that blaster and go back and pick up a fresh one. Up ahead is the Rancor boss fight, and I want to make sure that I have a blaster for that boss fight. Not because of the Rancor itself, but because on the second phase of the fight, there will be 3 huts that get called in to the room, and I want the blaster to be able to take them out very, very quickly.
Getting closer. Oh, there's the way out. Well, Vale, it's been fun, but, you know, no. This isn't over.
So coming out of the cutscene, I'm going to go back and pick up my blaster because it just gets dropped on the floor during the cutscene. For the Rancor, it's simply just dodge rolling on the left side. Specifically, you want to do it on the left side. Now, if you do it on the right side, you could potentially catch the end of the swing and take damage, and on this difficulty you get 1 shot. Alright, so that'll end phase 1 as soon as the Rancor hits the door. I want to run all the way down to the other side because I want to pull the Rancor down to this side because this is where the huts are going to come out to engage me.
How about a... Wow!
And it's not a guarantee that it'll always happen, but if the Rancor is by the hut, sometimes they'll shoot at the Rancor instead of me, which minimizes my risk. So once I get him down on this side, I want to move to the other side and get by some type of cover so that when these guys come out, they can't immediately shoot at me. I should have been on this side of the cover. I'm really lucky I didn't take a shot. That was a bit of an oversight on my part. Once those enemies are dead, though, I don't need the blaster rifle anymore. I can just drop it. So I just need to wait for Veil to get the explosive barrels back rotating, and then I'll be able to take this guy out and finish phase 2. So once I see the explosive barrels are coming out again, I'm just going to move all the way down and pull this guy to me. Once he gets close enough, I can hit him with the barrel, and that'll end phase 2. Now there is a bug that's fairly common on this fight with the 1.1.2 patch, and that is that this Rancor in any phase can randomly recharge. So you'll see it here in a second. If I remember correctly, it happens on this run where he'll start to look at me and then you'll see the flames just come back onto his back. So right there, it just happened where the flames went on his back. So for whatever reason, the game thinks I blew up another barrel on him. And so he's starting to charge again. This is absolutely not the way this fight is supposed to happen. I'm supposed to send Nyx up to this thing right here to restore the power, to get the barrels rotating again. But for whatever reason, this bug happens now. And when it does, you know, whatever, it only helps the run. So with him charging in there and hitting the door, that ends the fight. If I was going to do that fight the normal intended way, you would restart the power, avoid the Rancor, blow up a final barrel on top of him, and then get him to hit the door. So I'm going to wait for all of the dialogue to finish here, and then I'm going to fast travel to Bastine and head to the next mission.
He also mentioned something about a Rancor.
Yeah. Can you patch me through to Jalen?
One moment.
I assume you've got some good news for me, Kay?
Hoss is out. He's dead.
Ah. That certainly makes it hard for him to be useful.
I'm also in bad with Jabba. He won't let us off planet, and somehow I'm stuck working with that bounty hunter who...
Hey. Everything will be fine. If Hoss is dead, we adapt. Get back in Jabba's good graces, get off Tatooine, and we'll figure out what to do next. Alright?
Yeah. Right, okay.
Good. Besides, I caught up with ND5. Left you a little something on your ship. Should help you out.
Oh, thanks, Jalen.
You're working with Vale.
It's a long story.
Vess, I found a recon point.
How'd you get my comms?
I scanned your frequency the second we escaped that pit. I'm not letting you get it in a third time. Now meet me at Fort Sunfire so we can get this done.
Yeah, we're definitely blocking her comms after this.
You know, since we're grounded, this could be a good time to work on the ship.
I was thinking we could use a new turret.
Hard to come by these days, but you might be able to find something in the Mos Eisley market.
Hello, Kay. You showed up. Yeah, well, I figured working with you was all right. Let's do this. Yeah.
So the first thing I want to do for this Imperial compound is I want to take out the guy overlooking the area up at the top of this platform. I'm then going to turn around and go to the right here and take out these two stormtroopers. One, to get my stun shot back, and two, to clear them out, because after this mission is or the first part of this mission is complete, I'll have to run out into this area with the alarms going off and stuff. And if those enemies stay there, they will shoot at you. Once they're taken out, I'm going to cross over to the other side. And there's going to be a panel that I can slice to drop the lasers to get into this garage area. Once I have it open, I want to move to the corner here and wait for the stormtrooper to either walk towards me or away from me. I then want to quickly go in and take out the technician on the right, send Nix to the technician back here, take out the stormtrooper, and then take out the technician. I'm then going to go ahead and destroy both of the cameras here. And then I can move into the Imperial compound. Now, as soon as I come in, the heavy down the bridge there is going to see me. I'm just going to wait for him to get a little bit closer so he's in range of my stun shot. Once he's in range of my stun shot, I'll go ahead and take him out and have Nix go on to the Imperial officer. And then I'll take out the Imperial officer. Need to pick up the key card. There we go.
This place is like a maze.
So as I move into this room, I want to take out the officer on the left. And then I'm going to send Nix on the stormtrooper. And while Nix is on the stormtrooper, I'm going to take out the camera. And then I'll take out the stormtrooper.
Are you in?
I'm in, but I'm not like in.
Can't believe I understood that. I'm ready at the hangar when you're done.
There's going to be several enemies in this room. I'm not going to deal with them. I'm just going to leave this room.
Kay, I'm going dark.
What? Why?
Just do your job.
As I make my way to the top of this second set of stairs, there's going to be a stormtrooper right in front of me. I'm going to go ahead and take him out. And then I'm going to move to the room where I need to deactivate this camera, and I'm going to take out the stormtrooper. So as I head towards the next room, I want to make sure that I know where the officers are at, because one will float from the far left to the far right. So I just want to make sure that I'm looking for that. As I was coming out, I saw he was on the left. I'm going to send Nix on the one in the middle, stun the one on the left, take out the one in the middle. And it's not a requirement to have a blaster here, but if you have one available, it definitely helps. I want to close the door before I initiate the cutscene here on the control panel. And I want to make sure that I've got the blaster with me as well.
Jabba will be here. And got it. Names, operations. Huh. This should make Jabba happy. Vale?
Zerg Batch is working with the Empire. I want to know about it.
You're just a bounty hunter, Vid. You're not even one of us. Why are you here?
I'm on a personal mission from Slero.
That's funny. So am I.
So as soon as the cutscene is done here, I need to pick up the blaster. And I want to turn around and go to the door, corner cover on the door, and then take out these two enemies.
Get to the rendezvous point now.
At that point, I don't need the blaster. I can just drop it, or I could take it with me. It doesn't really matter.
And D, Vale's up to something.
So now we're going to go down the elevator into the room in the area that we had already cleared. But because this is a set sequence, I'm going to have to re-clear the room. So as soon as the door opens, there's going to be an Imperial officer standing where the stormtrooper was, and I want to take him out with a stun shot. That'll then pull two more stormtroopers into the room to investigate. All I'm going to do for these two troopers is I'm going to whistle, pull them in, and melee take them down.
What was that?
Keep looking.
Suspicious.
It's
showtime, buddy.
Get rid of that thing.
Go get him, buddy.
Once the final guy's taken down, I want to move forward to hit the trigger to alert all of the enemies, which will pull in the heavy. Now, once the heavy moves into here, I'm going to stun him, and then I'm going to take him out with a stun shot. And then I'm going to need to peek out and take out any stormtroopers that are able to see down this hallway. One of the main reasons that I got the mercenary abilities unlocked so that I could pick up these heavy weapons is for this situation right now. There's going to be an infinite number of enemies that start spawning to my right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the shield to block the damage so that I can safely get out. And as I do this and I back up, I need to turn the shield to angle it so that the troopers on the ground can't hit me in the side. Once I'm out of this area and into the corridor that leads to the garage, I can go ahead and close the door, drop the weapon, and then sprint out. And because I've cleared this area, there's nothing here to engage me. For the speeder sequence that's about to happen with Vale, there's really nothing to it. It's like every other speeder sequence. It's basically just use adrenaline, shoot the stormtroopers, and at some point, they'll despawn so that you can move forward to the next part of the mission.
More troopers! Watch yourself, Bess! You worried about me now? Just chive! Enough! All right. We got this! We got this! You'll regret this! Come on! They're blocking us! Through this tunnel! Go! Go! Okay, not bad. They're falling back! We got this! We got this! There's a way out ahead! Oh, we did it! We lost him!
Maybe. That was too easy.
That was not easy.
Fortuna told me to meet Jabba's people in Masalgo. Let's be careful.
So, you, gonna tell me what really happened back there with your little friend?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about your boss making a deal with the Empire.
Stop.
Huh. Guess he doesn't trust you as much as you think.
That's enough.
You think there's anything left in these old mines, ND?
I can think of one way to find out.
So as I move to this open area, I'm going to grab the blaster rifle that's here and reposition it to the right side because this is where I'm going to fight the next combat engagement. Because I got here so early and Vale isn't here yet and the dialogue isn't finished, I do have to wait a little bit before I can interact with this door. Once I come out of this cutscene, though, I'm going to move over to where I placed the blaster, and I'm going to take cover there and get ready for the Imperials that come in. Now, there's really not a whole lot of strategy here. It's really just take out as many of them as you can, and eventually you'll succeed. I mess up here a little bit. I need to take out the first guy because he has the shield. But again, just showing the usefulness of the grenades, being able to throw those out and get these guys to drop shields. This transport on the right, this is a pretty consistent strat for them, using the barrels to take them out. Otherwise, it's just throwing grenades, kind of keeping enemies back. And I just have to keep them back long enough to buy time for ND5 to come in with the Trailblazer and end the combat engagement. If you're really eagle-eyed there, you might have noticed that I was like up and duck and up and duck. The game was kind of bugging on me there. Whenever you come up over cover and you shoot, it should return you to the previous state you were in, i.e. cover, like I'm crouched down. And sometimes it bugs out when you're up against cover and it will just leave you standing up. So I was kind of fighting against the game there, like, dude, crouch me down, I don't want to get shot. So that was a little scary, but luckily I didn't take damage on it.
Okay. Bib Fortuna just sent us a message. He has a job for us. And I found a lead that might help you improve your skills. Crimson Dawn has a job for you. Their contact wishes to meet in the Bestine Sabak parlor.
Thanks. I'll follow up.
And one more thing. Our run-in with Jabba meant that he is looking to collect past debts. I would deal with this myself, but he specifically mentioned your name.
Wait, you owe Jabba money?
Yes.
You gonna tell me what you did?
Alright, so right after this dialogue wraps up, because I've already traveled to Kijimi, I don't have to actually like leave the planet on the Trailblazer and fly over to it. I can just simply open the map and fast travel to the planet, to Kijimi. So that's what I'm going to do now, and then continue on with the Kijimi storyline.
Jalen, we made it off planet.
Good. Replacing our heavy is one thing, but finding a new you, not possible.
Thanks. On the bright side, I worked it out with that bounty hunter. Maybe, I think.
Trust is a trap, Kay. Now, I've been chasing down a lead for a second slicer. I'll keep an ear out for some muscle.
Maybe we don't need two slicers. I can do it myself.
Even you can't be in two places at once.
So I'm simply going to approach this enemy once he gets to the end of his patrol path and he starts to turn left to cycle back through.
Alright, gotta be a terminal here.
Honestly, it feels like you should get seen by the guy on the right here. I don't really know why you don't, but I've never gotten seen by him, so I just use that strat.
Here goes. Now let's see what we can find. Okay, ND5, I didn't find anything on the factory, but I found something else.
Anything useful?
Looks like Crimson Dawn's stolen some relic from the Ashiga clan. That's why they're scanning all the ships in the spaceport.
They must have known it would keep the Queen distracted.
Well, I'm sure the Queen would appreciate if I got it back to them. Just gotta find out where Crimson Dawn's hiding.
The Wellspring. It's a private club in the Thermal District.
That was fast.
Not for me.
That should be the wellspring.
We shouldn't be here. The issue coming
As soon as I go through this door, I want to run forward quickly and take out this enemy. And then head into the main room. Now, as soon as I come out of this camera pull, I want to look to the left and I want to take out this enemy with a stun shot. It's not always a guarantee that it's going to pull the attention of one of these guys, but I'd say it's about 50-50. Regardless, I just want to send Nyx to the one furthest away so that the one closest to me will turn around. Once he turns around, I can take out the one Nyx isn't on, and then take out the one Nyx is on. My next objective here is to take out one of the guards on the ground floor that patrols back and forth on the opposite side from where I am. So I'm looking for them to be in that position where I can stun shot them. Once they're down, I can move forward and just wait for the droid to get close enough to hear my whistle. Once I see he's responding to my whistle, I can go back here. And then I want to send Nyx to the other side to pull him away from me so I can sneak up behind him and take him out. Now the remaining two enemies down on the ground floor have seen the body of the enemy that I took out right before this droid. That generally doesn't happen. That's just kind of unlucky. Regardless, I can easily take both of these out. I have a stun shot and I have Nyx, so it shouldn't be a problem.
She's dead. Fan out.
So I see that they're walking away from each other, so I go ahead and take the opportunity to stun one, send Nyx to the other. Once Nyx is on this enemy, then I can drop down and go take it out.
Oh, no good. Need to shut down security first. Oh, a key card. Should open a door here somewhere. Okay then. All right, let's get this thing out of here.
All right, so as I head out to the courtyard of the wellspring, I don't want to actually walk out of the door. I want to stay on this side, and I want to get Nyx to bring me a blaster from out there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out as many of these enemies as I can from here, because here I have cover, and it also doesn't pull all the enemies to you and alert the area. Now you will see as I kill these enemies that they go into search mode, but they'll never go like into red and run towards me to take me out. So at this point, I know there's one enemy there. I can see them on the compass that's at the top, and as I enter the area, you can see they go on alert. There's only one left right now until I cross the steps. And I get under that overhang, which hits a trigger that pulls 3 more into the area. So right now, I'm just trying to find the enemy, and for whatever reason, I missed where they were. I thought they were in a different spot. And as I come up over here, they get like a shot off at me, and luckily it didn't hit me. But I'm able to take them out, and then I can get into position to take out the enemies that I need to take that spawn in from the trigger that I hit.
Hey, sneak over and get that. ND5, I've got the relic thing.
Should I be concerned about how you retrieved it?
No. I'm taking this to the Queen.
She won't see just anyone, Kay. Don't get your hopes up.
So this is Kijimi City. Long way from home, isn't it? The Ashiga basically run Kijimi. Got any tips for meeting the Queen?
Be polite.
Back away.
ND5, guess who's going to see the Queen? They must want this relic bad.
Good work. You should be terrified.
What? Why?
They may perceive you as the thief.
Oh, right. I'll be fine. A lot of security here. Crimson Dawn knew what they were doing. Hey, easy.
Kay, I've received a message from the heir to the Ashiga throne.
This is Krisk. If you truly want Ank, meet me at the Kijimi City Cantina. We have much to speak about.
Sounds like Krisk wants to make a deal.
Maybe. But it's rare for the Ashiga to defy their queen. We have also received some job offers from the Ashiga clan. One of them comes from Donka, who's left you a message here on the ship.
All right. Might be worth checking out. The Ashiga are warming up to me, I think.
The Queen rewards loyalty. Keep it up.
ND, I think Crimson Dawn's mad at me.
Everyone has enemies, Kay. Just make sure they're the right ones.
Come on, Nix. Maybe they got some good snacks here.
Your present.
I've given you free passage to the weapons factory. My people are expecting you.
Sounds good. Thanks. Hey, ND5. I have a keycard to release Ank. Got it from some Crimson Dawn leader Krisk is working with.
Kira.
Bounty hunter came by again.
Troubling.
Said she wanted it.
What, you've met her?
Jalen and I went to an auction she hosted. It did not end well.
You are KVS.
Yeah. All right, I'm at the tunnel.
Good. I had your speeder delivered.
Huh, that's so thoughtful of you.
We have 2 crew members on the line. I need to mitigate risk.
Right. Whoa, what happened here? Looks like some explosives went off. All right, I'm here.
As I swing over here, I want to make sure that I stay hidden from the droid, because the droid's going to turn around and path back.
What if blasters go off?
Once the droid is close enough, I can send Nyx to distract it, and then I can move in and take it out, or I can simply just wait until it turns around, and then I can go and attack it.
It was once the pride of the Ashiga clan, where we built our blasters from the traditional schematics.
What's it used for now?
The Queen made a deal with the Empire. Now our forges are used to build explosives for their war against the rebellion.
Can't see why you would like that.
The Queen has traded our independence for profit and needless expansion.
As I drop down to this high ground, I want to make sure that I stay crouched, because I'm not going to know what the position of this enemy is, whether he's going to be close to me or over there by the camera. So since he's over by the camera, I'm just going to use Nyx to pull him over, and once he's out of range from the camera, I can use the stun shot and just take him out.
Better be right about ink.
As I move to enter this next area, there's going to be an enemy beside one of the boxes. Once I go in there, it's just simply take him out. There's really no elaborate strategy for it.
You're behind schedule. That's not my job.
Nyx, get that button over there.
On your record.
Great.
Once I go through this door, I need to crouch down because there's going to be quite a few enemies in this room. And what I want to do is I want to turn this droid away from this direction so that I can cross over. As soon as I see the droid turn, I can go ahead and cross. And then very quickly, I want to make my way through the vent. And once I get out of this vent, I need to turn around and jump up. I need to get up above the area here before the enemy at the opposite end turns around and starts his patrol path this way. I'll need to take out the enemy right below me. And then what I need to do is I need to hold short of going to the door and wait for the droid to be either parallel or past where the door control is so that I can slice it without being seen. In the next room, there will be one enemy to take out. Not a whole lot to it. Just run up and take him out.
I've got your stuff here. Some kind of good luck charm.
That's a Sukid. That's a Mikiyo no Jinaka. Grab a leaves!
What was that?
Prison salota.
So you blew it up?
Tagua. Ineki Jibola. Tempata Jiska Tonka.
This thing? Really?
Hey, my neck shopper that. Chutwanda Angula Puno Titaki. No bata Jabba his graceful.
Oh,
There's been an explosion. Evacuate the premises. Get them out of here and send reinforcements. What are you doing here? What's your bomb maker? One of you shut down the rail.
As soon as I drop down and I get to cover, I want to wait for the droid to get to his final path point, and then I want to whistle him over to me. Once he gets close enough, I'm going to have Nyx distract him behind my position, which will pull him as close to the box as I can get him so that I can do a corner takedown. Once he's taken down, one of the enemies at the far back right of the room will start to come down the stairs. Once that enemy's about to the bottom, the one on the left should be pathing towards him. I'm going to send Nyx to one, and then I'm going to stun shot the other one.
Take him down, Nyx.
Immediately after taking this guy down, I want to roll back in the direction I came to be in cover, because this enemy here can turn around and sometimes he'll see you if you're not. But I'll send Nyx to him and then take him out as well. I then want to quickly get out of the area and down here because I have adrenaline and I don't want the adrenaline to go away. There are going to be 3 enemies down at the end of this platform, and I want to take them out with adrenaline. For whatever reason, it kind of bugged here. I hit the button and I thought it was locked on, but it wasn't. So I only got 2 of them and then had to manually take out the 3rd guy. Once I get to the top of this next area, I want to get my stun shot out and stun shot the guy right in front of me, and then quickly move over to the right to take out this guy. Then I'm going to move to the left and take out the guy that's here. I'm going to send Nyx to distract them just in case I don't make it in time. But I want to take that guy out, and then that'll be all the enemies in this area. I'm going to go back over here and grab a blaster. I ended up grabbing the wrong one. I didn't realize it at the time. I want the D, the E11D or the ZB. And this is just so I can use different weapons to get the ammo increase from the mercenary. I think it's 5 weapons you have to use, if I remember correctly. Different weapons to kill enemies, and then you'll unlock a 25% ammo increase. So once I destroy the energy barrier, I want to quickly move over here and engage the guy on the elevator. And then I want to start to move out, slowly kind of pie the corner on the bridge. And I'm looking to shoot the barrel that's there. That'll blow up the 2 enemies that are beside it. The issue is that there's like an invisible barrier here. You can see it right there just briefly where clearly nothing is blocking my shot visually. But as I shoot, there's like an invisible object there that eats some of the shots. So you have to push out there quite a bit. And I find it's better to just start shooting early so that as you pie that corner and you push out, you'll hit that barrel before they get a chance to hit you. For this section, there's really no strategy here. It's once the enemies get close enough to the barrel, shoot the barrel.
I'm gonna return the favor. They stopped the cargo lift. Can you find the override? Wait, what? Ank?
Once I get to the top of the elevator, I want to drop the blaster and use the ion shot to hit the droid. That'll stun the guy that's beside him and allow me time to take him out. So what I want to do now is I want to grab a blaster, and then I want to have Nyx grab a blaster, and I need to try to get Nyx to bring it through. The problem is that it's really hard to do that, and most of the time Nyx will fail to bring it through the door. So on this section, it's really about trying to kill these enemies as quickly as you can, so that you don't get overwhelmed, because these enemies like to throw grenades at you. Thought that enemy was dead, and definitely shouldn't have crossed over yet. So I send Nyx to attack this guy, and for whatever reason, man, Nyx has like... He takes so long to get to enemies here, and like he's supposed to take long. He has to go over these rails or these pipes. But sometimes he gets hung up and just doesn't respond. Which isn't necessarily what happened there, but just something I want to point out. So for these enemies, they don't know I'm here yet, and then magically one just throws a grenade at me. That's just the game being the game. Really not a whole lot I can do about that. I have no choice. I have to cross over to make sure that I'm safe from the grenade explosion. And then at this point, it's just taking the enemies out in the way that I've been telling you to do the whole run, which is shoot, move, shoot, move. So that takes out all of those enemies, and then I'm safe to move to the end and head into the next area. Now I want to pick up the heavy here, and I want to move out. I don't know why that... Oh, I was trying to open the door and it grabbed the gun by accident. So I want to kill the first one and then just give it a second and let one... It's not always a guarantee it'll be the one that's up on the high ground, but it usually is. But regardless, one of them will float down to investigate. Just want to wait for that person to come down so I can kill these one at a time.
Here's your lucky charm. Jalen, Ank's out. She's doing a job for Kira from Crimson Dawn.
Of course. Kira's making a bigger play on Kijimi than I thought.
Uh-huh. So you got a second option?
Sorry, Kay. It's gotta be Hank. Well, this is just her style. She can't focus on two things at the same time.
Yeah, I can see that.
Stick with her. Once Hank's finished with Kira, she'll be looking for the next big rush.
And that's us.
Exactly. Earn her trust. Show her we're a serious outfit. Oh, by the way, Kay, I sent a package to the Trailblazer. Some supplies that'll help you close the deal.
All right, I'll take a look. Thanks, Jalen.
I see you managed to break out Ank. Since you're still here, I assume she turned you down.
Yeah, well, right now it seems like she'd rather work for you.
Do what's best for you, Kay. You ask me, that's helping Ank finish this job. I'll send you the coordinates, just in case. Hi. Hello. Is this Kay?
Who is this? How did you get on this channel?
I'm Mayu. The Queen requested you for a job. Let us meet.
All right.
Oh yeah, I remember this. You can ignore this. Don't do this. I kind of lost my brain there. I thought this was something to pick up, and it wasn't. So you don't need to do that. There's no strat there. It's just me being dumb.
Okay. Come on, Nyx. This place is huge. Hold on tight, Nix. Looks like we've got a long time ahead. Hey, ND5. You think Krisk is wrong to work with Crimson Dawn?
As opposed to the Queen making deals with the Empire.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like the Ashiga are free in either case.
No, and I don't think Krisk realizes she's not the one in control.
Kay, we're in position. What's your progress?
Still making my way through this cave.
Just be careful. We need those turrets shut down, or the Hive's future is lost.
Right. No pressure. So, ND, this, Hive thing, how does it work?
It's the foundation of Melito culture. Everyone obeys the Queen, and puts the clan's needs over their own.
Oh, that's it?
Yes. Did you think the Queen controls them telepathically?
What? No. Of course not.
Alright, so when you come out of this tunnel, I like to just go for this next wall grab. It's kind of like 50-50 whether I get through it or not without the wind pushing you, but since the wind doesn't do damage to you, at least this one doesn't, there's really no reason not to try it. If you can get past it, it saves a little bit of time.
The wall. Time to prep the explosive. Detonator's in place.
So as soon as the bomb goes off here, I want to run in as quickly as I can, and I want to move into this corner right here. This will allow this enemy to walk out without seeing me, and then I can run in behind him and take him down.
Only to you, Ank.
Is the path clear? That joker.
It's clear.
Then we're moving in. Go shut down those turrets, Kay.
So as soon as I'm in the area, I want to move to this corner and I want to quickly take out this guard. I slightly delayed my shot there, which is going to be a problem in a second. But once he's down, I want to move to this location, and then I want to send Nix after this guard to allow me to move in and take him down. After this guy's down, normally I would just go in here and I would disable the camera, and then I would move into a different position to continue the strategy. But because I delayed the shot a little bit on that first guard, he was too far forward, which allowed these guys to see him. So now I basically just have to play the game. There's no strategy at this point. It's just taking these guys out without taking damage. So what I'm trying to do is see where they are, and then if I can whistle to pull them over, I'm going to do that. If I can't get them to respond that way, then I can send Nyx out to try to distract. I can reposition. Basically whatever I need to do to get these guys taken out. So I whistle on that guy to pull him towards where I was. I'm going to go ahead and take this guy out, and then I can use Nyx to take this one out. Or just run up and hit him. It depends on how close he gets. I can't remember what I do here. Okay, that gives me my stun shot back, and then I can go take this guy out. Oh, I almost got shot there. I forgot that. That's not good. I poked out a little bit too early. It's very easy to misjudge. Like it'll look like Nyx is going for them, and then all of a sudden Nyx will just stop. So it's really hard to judge that sometimes. So what I'm doing right now is I'm prepping the area for when I come back out here. I'm just throwing one of the weapons over there so I can use it. After I pick all this stuff up, I want to quickly move into position. It's unfortunate this guy turns. That's a very, very low probability event right there. That guy almost never turns and looks at me when I jump into the area.
There, hold that. That should do it. Now I just gotta slice the terminal. Okay. All right, so as I head back into the area that I was in earlier, I'm gonna get control taken away from me, but as soon as I have it back, I need to stun shot that guy. Then I'm gonna move to the left here. These spiders aren't really a big deal. Once they get to me, they'll stop and then they'll jump and explode. So as long as I'm not near them, I'm fine. What I do have to worry about is the droid and the Ashiga guard that's here. So I see that the Ashiga's running to me, stun him, and go ahead and take him out. I saw that the droid was running at the top, so I knew he was going to flank there. Now that all the enemies are down, I can grab this and move forward. I'm going to hit a trigger right now. It's going to spawn 4 more of the spiders in. I'm just going to basically stop, let them run to me. Once they stop and they start to deactivate, or activate, then I'll move out of the way. Once they're all down though, I'm going to have Nyx pick up the weapon, and I'm going to have him move with me to basically go into the next room and stage for the next area. I just want to make sure that there's no better weapon on the ground before I go out. So I'm going to try my best to drop this in the hole. Okay, I'll see.
I'll get it eventually. There we go. And then I can pick up the one that Nyx had brought and take that one down with me. I'm only going to be able to take 2 weapons because I can carry one and Nyx can carry one, and that's basically the best I can do.
The blaster, quietly.
So I'm going to make sure that Nyx gets this blaster at least to the edge or over the edge there, and then I'm just going to stage them here on the side, like on this corner. So the way that this fight is supposed to work is that I'm going to go into this room and the doors would shut behind me and I'd be surrounded by enemies. For obvious reasons, that's not good for no damage, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to dip in and then jump back out just long enough for them to spawn in, and then I'm going to take some shots so that they'll know where I am. And then I can move back to this position and just let them flow in and take them out.
trial chamber.
Yeah, Crimson Dawn are making some kind of move.
The Queen is detained in the throne room. I need you to retrieve the origin strand.
How do I do that?
It's embedded in the progeny system. Just release it and bring it to me.
That worked! And that's the origin strand. So, what would Crimson Dawn even do with this?
Songtim, Kanago, Kusakapatating, Lord Hive.
I mean, right now I'm holding it.
No maje, Ubanobata Narasu. Ubanuma, Ubavantan Grancha Shuta Chea Lutmianke.
Oh, thanks.
Tajan Dopa of Jakin Kauba.
We're, getting there.
Eneki, Chinagatan Punudisk.
So you're in?
Well, Gigita Horko.
Hey, Andy.
Puno
We
Satitoki.
got Eng.
What's wrong?
It's just... Kira played us all, didn't she?
Kira started a syndicate war to pit her rivals against each other. This is what seizing power looks like, Kay.
And Ferric. Syndicates, imps, even those rebels. They just...
So for the decision I have to make up ahead, I'm going to side with Crimson Dawn, specifically because I'm in a bad standing, and if I don't side with them, it will push me into terrible, and then I'll have to deal with basically random events that I don't want to deal with.
You know what you're doing. Hey, wait! That should make Crimson Dawn happy.
For now. They're fickle. Assume they're watching you closely.
Gadik, just tell me this factory's closed.
I wish I could. Only Temin knows where it is.
You're wasting your time, Kay. When my systems fail, Jalen will provide you with a capable replacement.
Just save your energy, okay? So, what do we do if Temin can't help him?
Not a whole lot, Kay. ND5's an old droid. Needs a compound regulator from an original BX power core.
Please, continue to talk like I'm not here. It's enlightening.
This is it.
So with the completion of Kijimi and all the other planets as far as the main story, I now have the Outlaw set piece. So anytime that I'm about to go into combat, I'm going to make sure that I equip this set piece because it increases all of the damage that I output. So as I go into the underground here, to the droid factory, there's going to be a couple of creatures or whatever that I have to fight. So I'm putting it on specifically for those. And the specific strategy I'm going to use for those is basically to stun them before I shoot them and kill them. And the reason for that is because these enemies will spit like acid or something at you. And it's very easy to like turn a corner. And then as you go to aim, they shoot you. So I want to make sure that I stun them very quickly and then shoot them. This gear set will help me do all of that much, much faster.
So, what do you think's buried down here?
Don't tell me you're scared of the dark.
What? I'm not scared. Just, there was always a million lights in Canto Bay.
Uh-huh. Stay close, okay?
Hey, I see a power conduit. It should point the way to the factory.
Okay, I trust you. Okay, now how am I supposed to get up there?
This was built by separatists. The factory cannot be far.
Come on, Nix. Let's drop that ladder. That did it.
Nice one, Kay. We're coming up.
Dead end.
Not for us. I never leave home without my fusion cutter. Over here.
Think you can hold that open for me? Okay, here we go.
This turbo lift is Clone Wars tech.
Can you get it working? Gadik, are you sure that lift console still works? And nope. Look at that. It shorted out.
Just means you'll have to find another way to power up this turbo lift. There should be an auxiliary console down below.
Okay, let's look here. This is it.
So as soon as I get done slicing this terminal, I'm going to back up and then jump on top of the terminal. What this is going to do is it's going to confuse the enemy AI here so that they really can't attack me. They'll run up to me and they'll look at me and stuff, but they really can't attack me here. So I'm just going to use the same strategy that I explained earlier, which is just to stun them, then swap over and shoot them until they're dead. And there's going to be enemies coming out on the right side and the left side. But as long as I'm up on this terminal, it should not be an issue at all to deal with them.
Are you okay? I'll let you know if I survive.
Those are the Mako beasts.
Oh, well, they're dead now.
B1 Unit 275, respond. B1 Unit 699, respond. B1 Unit 888, report on your status.
They're gone, ND. We gotta keep moving.
Yes. I knew that.
I will power up the gate.
Stand.
Looks like the Republic found the factory.
Proximity alert. Get it off.
What's wrong, Indy?
Full commandos have surrounded us.
Come on, shooting! There's nobody here!
I got this! We're okay.
Think you can open that, Nix? All right, then.
Okay, I'm going to cycle ND5 out of stasis.
How do we know? The factory.
Can you imagine all the vintage parts inside? The hybrid droids you could build?
Yeah, I can see why Temming kept it secret.
I was assembled in a place like this.
That's what we're counting on. Hold tight while I get that door open. Nix, hold this for me, okay? What do we got here?
You did it, Kay. The gate's opening.
Meet you inside. Oh, really? Hey, Gadik, I'm trapped. A little help here?
I'll get you out. Hold on.
All right, let's go.
It's incredible. Kay, are you seeing this? There's got to be hundreds of droids down here.
It's kind of creepy, and there's only one droid down here I care about right now.
Right. I'll focus. Oh, is that the command model?
Gadik! Whoa, how big is this place?
Okay, there's no power to this turbo lift.
Does anything in here still work?
Kay, it's time to contact Keelan. My internal systems are shutting down.
Gadik, can you do anything?
He needs a stable power source.
You need to use a console and get this lift working.
Okay, I'm on it.
Okay, need to get power to this console. There's one generator running. Just gotta find a way across that assembly room and fire up the other two.
Okay, I think I can stabilize him. At least for a little while.
Just do what you can, okay? One more generator.
Whoa. Okay, Gadik, the lift's up and running.
I can hear someone else down here, Kay. We were followed.
I can defend us.
What if you malfunction again and blast me instead?
No, you guys keep moving and I'll check it out. This isn't good. Zarek Bash must have followed us in.
Okay, we found a passage to shelter in.
Good. I've got deathmark problems. Zarek Bash found a way in. Gotta deal with them first, then I'll come find you, okay?
Strange. I'm picking up movement in here.
Okay, so this next section is all stealth. There's quite a few enemies here, but the strategy that I use is very consistent, and so if I approach it the same way, it'll always have the same result. So I'm going to hold this corner here, and I'm going to have Nyx pull this guy out to me.
Nyx? It's showtime.
What is that thing?
Once this guy's taken out, I'll be able to move forward, and I want to move forward into this little corner because there's going to be a guy that's going to start to path in this direction. I'm simply just going to wait until he gets parallel to me, and then I'm able to move in behind him and hit him in the back. So with that guy out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and drop down on the floor, and this will bring me around to the other side. So as I get close to the exit, I want to make sure that I scan using Nyx to see where this enemy that patrols back and forth is in their patrol path. Since they're moving away from me, I know they're going to stop right around the terminal here. So I'm going to wait until they get in position, and then I'm going to take them out with a stun shot. Then I can move to the left side, take this guy out, which will give me my stun shot back. And then I'm going to stun shot the one that's across the way, which will get the attention of the last enemy to my left. And as this enemy moves forward to investigate, I'll just intercept them and take them out, which will, again, give me my stun shot back.
Stay, Barrick!
Now, if there happens to be a blaster on the ground when I take these guys out, I absolutely want to pick that up and take it with me. Unfortunately, I didn't get lucky this time. There are going to be 2 elites in this room. Luckily, one of them I can deal with from here, so I'm just going to fire a shot to get their attention. I'm going to swap over to the stun shot, or sorry, the ion shot, so that as he comes forward to investigate, I'm able to stun him, and then I should be able to take him out. And I want to make sure that I stun him and take him out when he's close to me. As you can see here, these enemies can't be defeated with adrenaline, so... but anyways, I want to make sure that he's close enough when I defeat him so that Nyx is able to go pick up his blaster.
Good one.
So once I have the blaster in hand, I'm going to move up to this cover. And I'm just going to wait for this guy to come at me. He can come at me from the front or from the left. Either way, I just want to make sure I'm behind cover. And once he gets close enough, I'll just engage.
Gotta catch up to Kadik and ND. You gotta be kidding.
There's a repair bay you can use while we look for the part. I need to hook him up to the factory power as quickly as possible.
Hopefully that still works.
Remember, we need a compound regulator and it has to come from a BX power core. Come on, big guy.
When are we leaving?
My team's double-checking our intel on the hut's location. We have some supplies. Should think about stocking up. Maybe check in on your droid. Make sure it's got what it needs.
His name is ND5.
Right? Sorry. There's an old delivery turbo lift we use as an exit. When you're ready, head to the surface.
Hey, Vess. My first take on you was... mistaken.
Denyon, if you had told me on Canto you were trying to help a friend, things might have been different. I'm not interested in talking about it.
Oh, that was fun to watch.
They're a big reason I have a death mark. How's Andy?
I have hooked him up to factory power, but I don't know how long it will keep him functioning.
Do what you can. I'll be back as soon as I help these rebels. Okay, Asara, I'm on the surface. Where are you?
On my way to Hut territory. I'll meet you there.
Yes, you will. Okay, Nyx, let's go.
Okay, I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see you go so far out of your way to help a droid.
Okay, and I'm not surprised at all that the Hutt's got the jump on you.
My team got captured trying to buy weapons to use against the tribute convoys.
Let me guess. The Hutt's figured out that rebels are worth more as prisoners than customers.
I should have seen it coming. Callus wouldn't have made that mistake. She was my sister, and she died at the Battle of Scarif.
I'm sorry. Never heard of it.
The Empire made sure of that. Callus was a hero, and when she needed my help, I wasn't there.
That's why I'm a rebel now.
Hey, Asara.
What is it, Kay?
Something's been bugging me since your crew left me for dead.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
How did you end up in one of Sliro's vaults?
Well, Sliro's a man with a lot of resources, and I thought I could liberate some for the cause.
Yeah, sure, but why send you? You're clearly not that good at it.
Maybe, but I do know people who are, like you. And the rebellion needs everyone it can get if we're going to beat the Empire.
Okay, Asara, I'm in the tunnel to Hut territory.
You're close then. I'm just up ahead scouting at our target. You made it. Good. We're not too late. My team's just down there, heading to the cages.
We're lucky the Huts haven't made the exchange yet. I'm guessing they're worth a lot to the Empire.
Those are my friends, Kay.
And Endy's mine. Stay out of sight while I do this. The last thing we need is to turn those prisoners into hostages.
Yes, sir. I'll scope out an escape route for us.
So there are two ways to approach this objective. You can either go from this side, which will bring you around to the left, or you can go to the right, which will bring you around the right side of the objective. I like to go on the left side simply because there's less enemies. But either way that you go, there's an inherent randomness to the way the enemies behave, which always seems to cause some type of an issue. So as I come into the area, I want to make sure that I'm crouched, and I want to make sure that there's no enemy to my right. Sometimes there will be one standing over to the right.
All right, distract him, Nix.
Almost symmetrical to where this one's standing. So the original strat is to just distract that enemy and run through up to this yellow cover piece, machine, whatever. Unfortunately, the droid ended up seeing me. So as I said earlier, things always seem to be kind of random here. At this point, there's no strategy. I'm just playing the game. I've got to deal with this now. So I'm going to wait until he's in a good position that allows me to go in and take him out. And I'm just making sure that no one's going to see me when I do this before I go in. So with him taken out, I want to now move forward. Unfortunately, I have to check all the enemies, and one of the enemies is still staring right at me. This is usually not the case. Generally, when I come in here, this enemy that I'm looking at will be looking either towards the box or whatever that's beside them, or they'll be looking off towards like the direction of the ship. Very rarely do they look like this direction where I have to go. And then at the beginning of this, I told you there was usually one symmetrical to where that one was. Well, that one ends up standing right here for some reason on this time. So now I have to deal with that. So a lot of this part down here is just kind of, you know, responding to the game as they, you know, give it. And basically it just comes down to playing the game. Like, are you good at the game or not? Is essentially the strategy right now. So what I wanted to do here was distract this this guy again, pull him away so that I could run through and up the stairs. But I noticed that the enemy above me is walking towards that direction, so I can't do that. So at this point, I'm just like, screw it, whatever. I'm just going to take them down. And if that pulls the attention of the person that's up there, that's fine, because it'll give me enough time to run by them.
All things considered.
So I'm just going to go ahead and scan and see if they're moving away. And then as long as they're moving away and the enemy that's in front of me all the way off in the distance isn't looking at me, then I can run through, take a left, and go up the stairs like I normally would. Perfect. So now that I'm out of that spot, everything else that happens leading up to the objective is pretty consistent. So I'm basically going to move up here, and then I'm just going to hold short. I need to know where the enemy on the right is. There's a Gamorrean to my left. There's going to be an enemy to my right, and I just need to make sure that that enemy isn't looking right at me. So I distract the Gamorrean so that I can cross over. And since that enemy off to the right I saw was looking away from me and then turned to the right, I'm going to wait for the Gamorrean to reset so he can't see me as I run across. And then I'm going to go across and take out this enemy. I'm now going to go back. And I'm going to take out the Gamorrean just so I can get my stun shot back. To do that, though, I need to disable the camera. So I'm just going to use Nyx to go over and cut the power to the camera. So there's one enemy left that's right in front of the objective. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch where they walk, and I'm just going to wait until they move into a position that's going to allow me to drop from the high ground on top of them and take them out. So in the position that they're at now, as soon as they start to path back towards me, I'm just going to jump over the rail and take them out. All right, so I want to pick up the blaster. It's not a guarantee that you're going to get a blaster, but if you get one, definitely make sure to make use of it. So I need to hack this terminal and unlock the cages, and the combat section that follows this is very random and very difficult because several enemies will shoot grenades up here, and the problem is you really don't have a good vantage point to shoot from. Just because of the way the geometry is and how the developers made you shooting over cover work, when you get onto like an angle, you really can't hit the shot. So it makes it very, very, very difficult. But my priority right now is to try to take out all of the enemies that are shooting grenades. And unfortunately, the last guy shooting grenades, I can't reach. Because again, he's just at like a bad angle, and I can't like lean over the railing to shoot him. So I was hoping he was going to move out of his cover if I just kind of stayed away and let him interact with the rebels, but he didn't. And then as I moved back to get a better angle on him to shoot him, he actually finally moved out of cover. So with everyone defeated there, I'm going to move to this tall grass and just wait. As the rebels push forward, there will be one guy that they're going to engage around the tall grass in front of me. Once I'm confident that that enemy is aggroed to the rebels, I can move forward and then take him out. Now what I need to do is push past these crates. As soon as I push past these crates, I'm going to hit a trigger that's going to pull 3 elites into the area. I want to move to this section, not only for cover, but because there are good weapons beside me that I can use to defeat them. And at this point, it's just using the same fundamentals, just using this corner cover, and firing when I have the opportunity.
Looks like the way is clear. Why was it Zarek Basher, not the M's?
Mike? You saved a lot of good...
How steady are your hands?
Uh,
Perfect.
Kay? You gonna start talking?
the casino. You're okay.
What do you want, Kay?
I want her off my.
All right, so at this point, I'm basically at the end of the game. I'm about ready to go into the final mission. But before I do that, I mentioned very early on in the commentary for this run that the last thing I have to do in the run is a big ship battle. And that the ship as it is, without any upgrades, in that battle, basically means you're gonna die. So I have to go upgrade the ship, at least a little bit, to give me an edge there so I don't just get shredded in the final fight. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna head off into orbit here, and there's a station that I'm gonna go to which has not only the materials that I will need to buy, but also the vendor that will upgrade my ship. So everything that you need is right here, except for the computer components. I'll have to leave to go get those. The reason I'm going here first, before I go get those computers, is so that I can buy out the stock from the vendor, because once I leave and come back, it will resupply that vendor. So it just makes it efficient, because I know that I'm not going to have everything that I need to upgrade the ship to the state that I want. So I'm going to be buying the vendor out, and then likely I'm going to have to buy other things again. And it just makes more sense to do that now, leave, go get the things I need, and when I come back, then I can wrap everything up and be done in 2 visits.
Watch your credits.
See ya, Andy.
I'll be here.
Got ship parts if you want them.
Looking for something?
See you later.
Thanks for your business.
You looking for ship parts? I hope you're satisfied.
Hello, Nix.
Freezing out here.
We've never had inspections before. What's the problem here?
There's one ruling law every... Sure. I'll scratch...
Got anything you might need. Don't go snitch.
I just need a couple days. You know how it is.
Work likes you, it seems.
What a waste of time.
Oh, hey.
See ya.
I'm sure we can make it work.
I've got plenty of parts. Want to take a look? Watch yourself, Kay.
Nix.
Time to move, ND5.
Acknowledged, Kay.
I'll be back, Andy.
Got sheep parts if you want them. Thanks for your business.
This'll help.
How about you? Want to make a deal?
Goodbye.
You're going to enjoy, man.
Forgot something?
Appreciate it.
Excellent choice.
Bye, Andy.
I'll be here, Kay.
Hold on, Nix.
Kay, I am sorry for what Jalen did. He should not have contacted your mother.
What? Did a restraining bolt make you apologize for him, too?
No, I am simply disappointed.
There's nothing we can do. It's his job, his crew. You should know that more than anyone.
Yes, I do.
I fixed that years ago. Yeah, I'm good. Let's get this over with.
All right, so on to the final mission. So as soon as I have control of K, I want to just move forward, and I always move this lift up. No one is able to see you because everyone is coded to look away from this door. But I just move it up. I don't know. It's kind of like a habit at this point. There's really zero reason to do it. So once Rico's in position, I just want to move up to the door. That'll prompt her to hurry up and the game will auto open the door.
Is it? Better find the floor plans before you cut and run.
I was just saying... Never mind. Okay, let's find the meeting place, grab the key, and cover our tracks. Together.
Uh-huh.
As soon as this door is open, I'm going to head off to my right, and I'm going to take out this enemy.
Nice one, kiddo.
And as soon as this is done getting hacked, and I have control of K, I want to move for the exit, and then stop on the left side of the door. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to whistle for the stormtrooper so that he pulls over to me, so that I can take him out. The reason why I want to do this now is because this trooper literally stands in the doorway of my exit. And there's a camera that's going to move between that doorway and the opposite side of the room. So getting this guy taken out now means that when I move out of this room, all I have to worry about is the camera.
What was that?
Once I'm in here, I'm able to just run all the way down, and then I'll drop off onto the lower landing and then head forward. When I get to the other end, there are going to be 3 enemies that are going to be in front of me. I don't need to worry about any of the enemies except for the one furthest away from me. I need to wait until she's looking up. When she's looking up at the probe droids, I can run by, drop down, and then move forward.
Alright, just keep moving through the maintenance passage.
You sure this is the way to Sleero's meeting?
Trust me at least a little here, kiddo. Carrie, bad news. When the conveyor reactivated, one of the Vipers caught sight of you.
Can't trust someone's gonna be there for me, huh? How much did they get?
Not sure, but they're heading into the data extraction hub, same as you. You need to get to it first and wipe it, or the whole heist is gonna...
I know what's at stake. Think you can hold that open for me?
Going. You should be close.
So as soon as I exit this room, I need to ensure that I'm crouched and that I'm up against the left side of the wall here. That's just to avoid patrols that'll be in the hallway. Immediately going to run over, I'm going to take out this officer and then quickly move into the next section while looking to the right to make sure that the heavy that patrols doesn't look this way. Once it's clear, I'm going to move over again. I'm going to check again to make sure that he's not going to turn this direction. And then once I'm clear, I'm going to run past this probe droid into the next area and take out this officer. I'll then be free to run down to the open hallway here. I'm going to stop just short to make sure that the position of all these enemies are looking away from me. Once I cross into here, I'm going to go ahead and get my stun shot ready, stun that officer, and then move to the one at the terminal, take him out, and then complete the objective.
There.
And now I can just backtrack. When I get to the main hall, I'll need to make sure that those enemies, again, are not looking at me before I cross, but once I'm clear, I'll cross over and then get ready to go in the elevator.
So, you find anything about Zerg Besh and that terminal? Why they're so close to the Empire?
It seems like they're using Viper droids. What's left is something called Project Swarm to verify intel, but I haven't figured out why. I've been focused on you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, when that turbo lift opens, look for a way into the ISB meeting room. It's gonna be tough to get that key without being spotted.
Nix will help. We can do this.
Opening a door for you, left of the turbo lift. Take.
For the enemies in this hallway, I'm going to just wait until the two turn around and walk away from me. Once they do that, I'm going to move up to the door on the right and enter that room. I'm going to hold right here and just wait for the trooper to walk in the room and turn and look at the wall. Once he does that, I'll be able to run by and get into the vent.
I see a vent on these schematics.
I'm in the vent. Now what? Hello?
Imperial big shots here. I don't know who they are, but they came alone. Okay, I have to go. Stay out of sight no matter what.
What? Go where? Hello? Rico. So we're back to winging it. Of course. We're better off anyway. We can find Slira.
I expected more from one of the most expensive...
Kay? Kay, what do you see?
I'm not sure. I can't...
Kiddo, eye on the score.
Yeah, okay. We got a big problem. Sliro just met with someone who... I don't know, he just tore the room apart. Sliro's Imperial. He's an ISB director. Did you know?
What? I'm not that crazy.
This is bad.
You should be right outside now. Doors are sealed, though. Run on a separate circuit.
Got it. I'll find a way through.
Get back here. We're in over our heads.
What about the master key?
Sliro's gone. At least we can still get out with our lives.
No. If you want to run, fine. But I'm getting those codes. If this is Sliro's base, he's got to have a bedroom or a safe or something.
Give me a second, but keep moving. If he does, it'll be close.
Door's open.
So as soon as I have control of Kay again, there are going to be 2 stormtroopers that are going to walk down this main hallway from the right side into the room that's across from this one. So before I can move out into that area, I need to ensure that I don't get spotted by them and that they're fully committed to walking into that room before I go out.
Besides, we're dead if we don't.
Makes sense.
I think I found his private quarters. You're on the right track. But, Kay...
I can do this. I got it.
All right. Move fast, Kay. No way.
So I want to make sure to take the vent here, simply because this will delay a trigger that will cause all the enemies in the room to reposition. And I want to delay that trigger for as long as possible. I'm going to wait in this vent until I can see that little sliver of a window kind of in the middle of my screen. I can see the stormtrooper walking away from me. So right there, I could see he was walking away. I'm going to now move to the other end of the hall. And I'm going to use Nyx to pull him in so that it gives me the opportunity to take him out without tripping the trigger.
Time to distract them, Nyx.
Don't let it get away.
Now, the reason why this trigger is important to control is because if I don't trigger it until the last second, it will allow me to do this and skip all of the enemies being able to walk around. And that makes it a lot easier to get into the position here that I need to get into. Once I hit that trigger and they all start walking around, it makes it a lot harder because there's a lot more variable in the way they move and could potentially spot me as I go into this area to get into this position. What I'm waiting for now is for this officer to walk up to the terminal that's across on the other side of the wall. Once he stops, I'll move up and take him out. And then I can deal with the objective and then move on.
Oh, okay. I just gave you access.
All right, uploading now. Who should we pin this on?
Rebels. They already hate him, right?
Yeah, they always want to take credit for everything. Oh, and I found you a way out. Sending coordinates.
Kay, you okay?
Okay isn't the word I'd use, but we're making it work.
Just remember it'll all be worth it. This job is how we tip the scales, take our little piece of a galaxy that's rigged against us.
As soon as I come out of this vent, I want to stay crouched and I want to start moving up as quickly as I can to this door. As I come out of this vent, I want to move to take out this officer immediately.
Careful, more troopers.
I want to get my stun shot out, open the door, and I want to wait until I can have a clear sight line on this trooper. I want to take him out and then quickly move to the ladder across to the other side of the room.
What in the blazes?
Am I going the right way?
Uh-huh, you're almost there.
Director Barsha does not tolerate failure. Regardless of when he landed, his shuttle must be primed for takeoff at any moment. I don't want excuses. I want action.
Hey, I see you. Meet me down here.
There wasn't an easier way?
You want easy or safe? You surprised me, Kay. You've changed a lot.
My life didn't just stop when you left.
For what it's worth, I thought it was for the best. I mean, look at you. You didn't need me. Okay?
I heard you.
doing this, am I?
Why'd you think I led you this way? This place is fully automated. No one here to shoot at either of us.
Good. Because this is a lot harder than it looks.
Better than getting blasted, kiddo. You're good at that. You've been running a lot of jobs.
Never stopped. Just moved on to bigger ones.
That's the life. All right, final stretch. Let's get out of here.
You know, you did okay. This worked out.
Well, like old times. The good ones.
Okay, let's go.
For the rebellion, right?
Ha! Like they could pull this off.
Hey.
How goes the fight?
So, did you think we'd ever get this close to pulling it off?
I calculate.
Okay, I'm ready. Here's where we find out how good Jalen's plans are.
It's never exactly.
So for this area, it's very, very consistent strategy.
Once I take down their security,
What I'm going to do is as I enter, I'm going to focus on the one that's at the back right up on the ledge.
we'll take down the outer defenses from there. Stay out of sight.
As soon as I take this enemy out, I want to look down to my left and deal with the two enemies that are patrolling. I'm going to send Nyx to one, and then I'm going to stun shot the other one. After I stun shot that one, I'm going to drop down from the high ground and take out the one Nyx is on. Then I'm going to move into this tall grass. I'm going to wait for the enemy that's patrolling down here to move into position. As soon as he's in position for me to drop on top of him, I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity after I stun shot the enemy on the ledge. Then I want to quickly move down here and take out this enemy. Then I'm going to turn to my right and I'm going to move to the other enemy that's up here on this ledge. I want to go ahead and cover down in the tall grass, and I'm going to stun shot the enemy that's on the other side by the tall grass. Then I'm going to go ahead and take out this enemy to get my stun shot back. I'm then going to move to the other side as long as the patrol is walking away from me. I'm going to take out this guy on the high ground, move down into the tall grass here, and then I can use my adrenaline to take out these two enemies.
There we go.
So now what I want to do is I just want to run the area again to see if there are any weapons that I can use that have dropped. If there's a sniper rifle, I can't use it. If it's a grenade launcher, I can't use it, which is the majority of what's here anyways when you clear the area. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can use, so I'm just going to have to go into the next area with my blaster and make it work. So as soon as I get pulled into this camera turn, I'm going to go ahead and start moving down. I want to make sure that I have my ion module out, and I want to stun the enemy at the back left because that's the one that's going to have the grenade launcher. There is one other enemy off to my left, there he is, that's going to have a grenade launcher. So I have to be paying attention for that enemy as well. Once these enemies are taken out, then I can move forward and get into the next position to take out all the rest of the enemies in the area.
Got her!
Just back off!
Copy that, team leader.
Ugh, come on.
Opening the hatch. Okay, get ready. Cracking the seal.
Nice work. There's no chatter on their comms. Okay, let's keep it that way.
Sealing the hatch behind you.
See you at the casino. And remember, you're the only way we're getting out of here.
Good luck, Kay.
Okay, we need to kill the power to these fans.
I'll find a way to shut them down. Okay, next. See any way to shut down these fans? That should do it.
It's a labyrinth in here, so stick close to me.
I'll shut this one down too.
I don't know, Kay. Those pipes look pretty corroded.
I'm fine. We're in one piece.
Do you know where you are?
Close to the hangar. We'll cross it and meet up with you on the other side. So, keep going. Stick to the plan. Hangar's just ahead.
So for the hangar, as soon as I touch the bottom here, I want to quickly move to engage on the droid that's in front of me.
A little busy right now.
You heard her. Keep moving.
As soon as this droid is taken out, I want to move to the cover to my right, and I want to use Nyx to pull the elite over here. Now, when he gets pulled, I need to back up because as he runs through, his cone of vision is enough that he would see me if I was standing there. So once I know that his back is to me, I can run in and take him out. At this point, I want to backtrack into like this ditch area, and I want to take this all the way up. I'm then going to use Nyx to pull this droid around so that I can take him out. As soon as the droid's down, I'm going to take out the camera that's on the left. I'm then going to run through up to this shelf or whatever this is, and I'm going to send Nyx to disable the power and keep my eye on the droid that's at the middle of the screen. Once the droid turns around to walk away, I'm going to move to engage on him and take him out. As soon as I open this door, I'm going to go ahead and use Nyx to scan and see where this enemy is at. And since he's close enough, I'm going to send Nyx to go and attack him. And now that's all the enemies that are in my way. I can now leave the area and move on.
Okay, this is turning into a record. 7 slices so far. Of course, Lero's codes make this a lot easier.
After this, you'll be so rich you'll never have to slice again.
You don't get slicers at all, kid. And that's 8. Personal best.
They still haven't seen us.
When I get to the top of this ladder, there's going to be 3 enemies in this next area. I'm just going to wait until the patrol starts to move away before I engage on the first one. And then the 2-man patrol will split up, allowing me to engage on each one of them individually to clear the room.
Okay. These old dwarfs need is a little boost.
You don't know how happy I am to see you.
Okay, so I took a little detour, but now we need to push on to the vault. The longer we take, the harder this gets.
We did lose valuable time to your little accident.
We still got enough? Or did you want to waste more time arguing about it?
I like this Kay.
Come on, we got some serious slicing ahead of us. Okay, Rico, you ready?
Always. Are you? We have to complete our slices at the same time, because the moment the barriers drop, the turrets will blast us.
Okay, barrier and turrets down.
Well done. I've never dual sliced with someone before. No one's been good enough to keep up until now.
Whew! Nice one. The gatekeeper droid is ahead. I'll be ready. Gatekeeper droids are advanced, but not advanced enough.
Now here's hoping this time we open the right vault.
Alright, so this room is kind of a pain in the ass. It's very easy to take damage here. So what I want to do is I want to stage these blaster rifles at this cover, because that's where I'm going to be set up at. And as soon as I regain control from this mini cutscene, I want to move over into that area, grab a rifle, and get ready.
Rico, you're up.
So for the first wave, there's going to be 3 enemies that run in. Shortly thereafter, I'm going to get droids that come in as well. And then shortly after that, I'm going to get more droids and more enemies. So I have to try to take these enemies out as quickly as possible so that I don't get overwhelmed. Because if there's too many enemies in here shooting at one time, because this area that I'm taking cover behind is so small, there won't be enough room for me to move up and down to avoid the shots.
How about you surrender? Blaster!
The good thing with this area, though, that makes it a lot easier to manage is that there's so many droids and that the ion module that I have one-shots them. And when they explode, if there are any humanoid enemies around them, they get stunned. So for the most part in this, I'm prioritizing the droids first because of that stun mechanic. So the final section here is I get one guy, I get 2 droids, I get 2 elites, and then I get 2 guys with shields on their weapon. So I'm prioritizing the droids, then I want to prioritize the shield, and then I want to prioritize the elites.
Hey, how we doing? I'm seeing you 7.5 minutes behind.
Maybe it's because we just ran into Slero.
He was there?
That guy was way more paranoid than we gave him credit for. But we got the goods. Asara, are you there?
I infiltrated the security room. The homing beacon's been planted. You should be getting a nice, strong ping. Okay, that was loud. Okay, you're gonna want to see this.
Oh, Zarek Besh is emptying the casino.
Smart. There goes walking out the front door. Hey, it was a good plan.
They want to fight? We'll give them a fight.
Well, it's nice one of us is excited about this.
We're nearly there. I can't believe it. We're almost out.
Day 5, how's our ride coming?
Your ride is here.
Oh, come on.
Looks like our luck just ran out.
Then we make our own. Asara, hold them off. Rico, let's open those generator panels.
All right, so for the casino fight, this one has multiple stages to it, and essentially the high-level strategy idea is to eliminate every enemies in each stage prior to destroying the energy barriers to begin the next one. The good thing is that there's so many enemies in this area that I'll always be able to basically pick up a weapon from an enemy and use that against the other enemies. So using the blaster only ever happens if there's a droid that I need to kill quickly with the ion cell.
Okay, I've opened the generators. Blast them.
So what I'm going to do here is I need to shoot 5 of them. I'm going to wait until the enemies spawn in, and once all of these enemies die, then I'll move down. I'll prep the area with some blasters, and then I'll shoot the energy barriers on the far left and the far right first, and then take out the ones in the middle, so that as that stage ends and the next one begins, I'm in position with the weapons I need to respond to the next wave of enemies. And that's pretty much the strategy here. I'll repeat it again up until the last one, the last barrier. The last barrier is a bit unique because the enemies will spawn infinitely, but not forever. They'll spawn in intervals infinitely. That's probably a better way to say it. I don't know exactly what the timing is. Let's just say for conversation's sake, it's every 30 seconds. So I'll want to kill the enemies, and then I'll have a certain amount of time to destroy the remaining energy barrier and then run to the end to hit the trigger to get pulled in the cutscene before those enemies spawn and are able to do damage to me.
Nix, get that blaster. Nice job, Nix.
Slicing the last barrier. Gonna need a minute. This one's Sigma encrypted. Someone actually knew what they were doing. I need more time to slice this. I haven't seen dynamic encryption like this before.
How about you surrender?
Okay, cracked it. Okay, time to do your thing.
Just back off!
One barrier left.
And more reinforcements on the way.
You don't really want to do this.
Let's go!
Bring me that blaster!
You don't really want to do this.
Firing grenade round!
Come on, really?
Take it down!
Everybody to the Trailblazer! Now!
Get moving!
Okay, so for this part of the mission, there's really nothing to talk to. It's basically just walking. So I'll chime back in once I get to the first section with ND5.
I've got the blaster. We can't look like we're lost. Where are the turbo lifts?
How am I supposed to know? I was never assigned to a Star Destroyer.
Copy that. All clear. There's always trouble.
So your plan's just to walk up to ND5 with the Freedom Spike?
It should strip that restraining bolt off, right?
Unless it malfunctions. Or you can't get close enough. What if he recognizes your walk?
I get blasted.
So glad we worked this out.
Send another squad to my sector. Rhodian scum.
Very original.
Copy that. Standing by.
Nothing to report. Got in a firefight with some Hive cartel scum. Worst fight I've ever seen. But we sent them back.
Say again?
Status report.
My comms are
Over.
busted.
Trooper, where are you taking this prisoner?
You wouldn't, sir. Command wants to keep...
Nice job.
It's just like dealing with the Kanto police.
There's a control room.
Can you access the ship's terminal? We need to find ND5.
Sure. How are we going to clear it out?
I got it. Stay out of sight for a second.
Why do I have to spend my whole day dealing with criminals? Okay, the camera. Can you shut it down?
Okay, no one's watching.
There's still gonna be an officer in there.
Sure, I'll take care of them.
Where are you? You were assigned escort duty and the VIP's shuttle has already docked. You're going to give this ship...
Kind of scary, actually.
Just bring up the ship's plans.
Accessing its data core.
Any way to hurry this up?
Okay. You're not going to like this.
Sliro, what is he doing here?
It says he's been called in for a conference.
How much you want to bet Jalen and ND5 are going to be there? If I can get there in time, I can join his escort.
That is a terrible idea.
I'm a stormtrooper, Gadik. To Sliro, I'm invisible.
Unlocking the door. Get to that turbo lift before it leaves.
What's your status? Over.
You've been relieved, Trooper.
What? I didn't hear anything.
Stop wasting my time. You've been relieved of your post. Now move.
Of course, sir. I'm leaving.
I've never seen such a disorganized ship. There's always how things are run.
Afraid so, sir.
Disgraceful. I despair for the state of the Imperial fleet. The gall, the sheer audacity of it. To think anyone would dare summon me from halfway across the Empire? This better be of paramount importance, or someone is going to suffer.
Yes, Director.
So when I first arrived at Akiva, I picked up the Weathered Seashell Charm, and I told you guys that without this game is impossible to no damage. Everything that you are about to see coming out of this next cutscene is why that is. So as soon as I come out of this cutscene, I'm going to have to run into the vent. And then as soon as I come out of that vent, ND5 is going to ambush me. I'm going to have to run from him. Without this charm, this section right here is not possible to no damage. Simply because when you get to the end of the hallway, right before you take a left at the door, you will always get shot if you do not have that charm.
Only one way to go.
And this charm is going to come into play heavily in this entire section. This is the single hardest thing to do, no damage, in the game, simply because you can't do anything. Every ND5 section up until the very last one is possible to do no damage consistently. And when I say consistently, I mean over and over and over again, one after the other. Very easy to do that. The final ND5 section, though, is complete luck, whether you get through it or not. And so part of the rule set, if you go look in the description section, one of the things that I say is allowable in this run is that you are allowed to take damage from ND5 in that final section when you're running to the center to stun him. I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for you. In this run, I actually get through that section without taking damage, but it's complete luck. I'll try to explain how I manipulate ND5 to get a possible chance of not having him be on my ass to shoot me. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is if you get lucky enough to get him stuck on a box when you're running for the door. That's essentially what it ends up being. And there's no consistent way that I found to get it to work. I would say 1 in every 5 to 8 attempts, I could get it to work. And then the other ones, you just don't get it to work, and he's on your ass immediately, and he's shooting you in the back. And on the hardest difficulty, which is what I'm on, if you get shot 3 times, you die. And I've had many attempts where I'm just running, I'm bobbing and weaving, I'm doing everything I can, and he still ends up shooting me and actually kills me. So that section, not the one I'm going into now, but that very last section, and I'll call it out. There's so much to say about it and so much in my brain I want to say on it that I'm talking about it this early But it is a section that, in my opinion, is so poorly designed. I don't know what the developers were thinking.
I told you I'd find you.
The fact that you can just be on the hardest difficulty and not have any way to deal with it. And you can just die while running, which is all you can do. All you can do is run. And that you can die in that final section is insane to me. I think it shows a lack of quality. And when I say quality, I mean like quality assurance, like somebody like testing.
Whatever you're trying to do, it won't work.
When you have a difficulty where it is complete RNG, whether the player gets through it, because the player does not have the right agency. Agency meaning options to deal with the damage coming in, mitigate it, dodge it, whatever you want to call it. So, anyways, I've said my piece on that, and I'll talk to it a little bit more once I get to that section. But for what I'm doing right now, this is very, very simple. All I need to do here is whistle him over or get him to pull over away from where I need to go, and then I'm good to go. Once he's on the backside close to the terminal, I can hit the terminal, and if I turn out really sharply as I come out and get behind this box, it is impossible for him to hit me at that point. So that one is always repeatable. The very next time we have to run from Indy 5, in that manner, that's the one where it's basically up in the air. And that was the point of my last 5 minutes of rant, or whatever it was.
Just trying to save us both.
Kay, you shouldn't have come. You know I can't fight Jalen's orders.
So for this section, it's basically just run. There's no strategy here other than that. And really, I mean, I guess that's all of ND5 is just run. But he is impossible for him to hit you here as long as you're running. Once you pull up here, you need to get behind this box and stop. You want to stop here so he can explode the barrel. And then you want to time it 1, 2, 3, and then start running. As long as you do that, you'll never get hit here.
Okay, I can hear blaster fire, and that means you're close. And so is the end.
All right, so for the section that sucks, again, the Weathered Seashell Charm is going to be pivotal in making sure that I don't take damage here as soon as I go in. I'm also going to go to the settings and turn on Always Sprint for the final run section. As soon as I go in, we're going to be getting shot at. I'm immediately going to run over to this panel. This is 100% consistent and always happens this way, where you'll run over here and he'll just drop aggro and walk away from you. What I want to do now is I want to call him over, and then when he comes over, I'm going to go to the other side of the room. And we're going to do that for all of the panels here to make sure that I can get them hacked. So I'm going to move here and just rinse and repeat. I'm going to whistle him over, and then I'll go across the room. Once I can get him in range anyway.
Target found.
So this next section is going to happen really, really fast, guys. And I'm going to try to narrate it. And that's why I told you all that information up front, because it goes very, very quickly. So what I want to do here is I want to either whistle or get his attention via line of sight to pull him over here. And there's some crates at like my 1 o'clock position. I need to get him stuck on that. If I can get him stuck on that, which right now he is, and I know that because he's not shooting me. As soon as I have him stuck on it, I know that I'm going to be able to get way far ahead of him, that he's not going to be able to run up on me immediately and shoot me. Again, I don't know how to do that consistently. Again, 1 every 5 to 8 times I do it, it'll work. Otherwise, basically, if you can't get him stuck there, you will take damage and there's nothing you can do about it. So if that was to happen, it would not count against the snow damage run. Because at that point, it's developer force damage. There is no tool that you have as the player to deal with it. And I think it's absolutely absurd that the developers made this section that way because it's really terrible to play. especially on the hardest difficulty, it is terrible to put a player in a situation where they have zero control and they can just die when they didn't do anything wrong.
You took on the most powerful force.
And I would really, really like if any of the developers end up watching this run. I know that's criticism, and maybe criticism you might not want to hear, but I would love to hear why that decision was made. And maybe it was just an oversight, and if that's the case, so be it. But if it was a thought out, like purposefully made decision, I would love to know why. Anyways, moving on. So for the power core room here, I want to get this heavy, and I want to stage it here on the left. I'm going to use this heavy when the death troopers get called in, and in case anything weird happens. But very similar to when I was on Kijimi, I run into the room, I run back out, and then I'm basically just going to hold on the store. And so what you're going to see is me just shooting stormtroopers from this area, or from this corner, in the area that I can see. And then I'll have Nyx bring me blasters to resupply me whenever I get the opportunity to do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to kill enemies until the death troopers get called in. Once the death troopers get called in, I'm going to pick up the heavy with the shield. I'm going to back off, and I'm going to let them come into this room, and then I'm going to kill both of them. There's only 2. Once they're dead, then I'll clean up everyone else that's in the area. And then the fight will be over. So that's what you're going to see here.
Rebels on Akiva. They don't stand a chance against this Star Destroyer.
You know, I'm not liking our chances either. Take her out! Get on that lift, now! Watch out, Nyx!
All right. So now that all the enemies are dead, I have to go do the next section in the game that is pure RNG. Luckily for this one, there's a lot you can do about it. The Weathered Seashell Charm is a huge part of that. The smoke bomb that I got at the very beginning, basically on Tashara, I told you guys that was an accident. I told you guys I would only use it one time in the entire run. This is that time. So this is all going to go very quick. Again, I'm going to try to narrate it to the best of my ability, and hopefully it makes sense. So I equipped the Ion module because as soon as I come out of here, I need to stun both of these enemies. As soon as both of these enemies die, all of the enemies start spawning in on my right. This gives me enough time to get across the hall and be here before that happens. I'm going to stun shot that guy, run out. I'm going to pop smoke bomb, and then I'm just going to run and pray to God I don't get hit. Once I get to this side, I'm going to start throwing grenades. That's just to stop any enemies that are getting close to the door. Once Ankh kills the enemies here, I'm going to run through. I'm going to pick up the heavy, and then I'm going to start walking backwards. If I time the grenades properly, it will allow the door to shut for about 1 or 2 seconds, which gives me enough time to push up onto the ship. Once you get a certain distance up that ramp, the game will auto-force you to throw your gun on the ground. So if that door was open and enemies were shooting when that happened, it's possible for me to take damage. So those grenades that I'm throwing is an attempt to slow down the enemy progression up that hall to the door, so that they'll be far enough away from the door that once my companions get through, it closes, and that gives me enough time to get up the ramp when that trigger happens without getting shot at. Hopefully all of that makes sense.
Diverting power to deflectors.
So at this point, we're in the final fight of the game, and the final fight of the game is just a ship battle. So because of the rule set for this run, I can't die. That's the only thing here. As long as the ship doesn't explode, we're good to go. So what you're going to see here is basically me just doing the ship combat. Again, there's really no strategy here beyond what I do at the very, very beginning. I'll talk to that point, but everything after that will be me just playing the game. And once I destroy the Star Destroyer, then that'll be where the run is over. So as soon as this starts, I'm going to take a right and go down as far as I can. At this phase of the final fight, you're by yourself against many, many TIE fighters and the Star Destroyer. What I want to do is I want to move quickly to this asteroid, because this asteroid's going to have a tiny little nook in it where I can hide. And I would say 99% of the time, the TIE fighters can't get over here. For whatever reason, they just don't know how to get in this area. So I'm basically going to stay here and wait, because for this first phase of the final fight, you're basically just on a timer. Even at the top right, it just says hold out for reinforcements, so you're just waiting. You could kill as many TIEs as you want, and it's never going to do anything until that timer runs out. So at this point, we're just waiting for that timer to run out, and then the rest of this is just playing the game.
Communications. K, for the message to reach the rebels, you must destroy it.
I hear you.
Theta Squadron ready to fight. They're right behind us. K, that Imperial cruiser is jamming our communications.
Let's take it out.
Enemy behind us.
Enemies on our tail. Focus fire on their weak points, K. We're reading K. Their engines are out.
I've lost control.
The rebels are evacuating. But if that Star Destroyer opens fire on the factory, the damage to Mira will be catastrophic.
I hear you. We need to find a way to stop it. Can we even hurt that thing?
Not through those shields. Kay, you need to destroy the shield generators.
Okay, Denyon, tell me straight. Do we stand a chance against this thing?
There's always hope.
I'd say 80-20 Empire.
Oh, not bad odds.
Good. Keep at it, Kay. Enemy at the rear.
I'm moving in. Copy. Trailblazer. It is unprofitable to attack the Empire so brazenly.
Yeah? To pull this off, just think of the salvage.
You think like a pike. I see why Gorak approves of you.
Hang on!
Taking fire.
Got it!
Shields are down. The reactor is vulnerable.
Got it. Signal our friends that we're starting our attack. There it goes! Hey, Pike Starfighter! What's Thornton gonna make of all this?
It is good to show us what we can do.
So as soon as I get pulled into the cutscene, the run is complete. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. I hope this no damage run was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, consider subscribing to the channel for more, and don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. If you'd like to interact with me or the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.